Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. It is, in fact, time for Fright Night, but not just Fright Night. Not just Fright Night. Fright Night number 6, top 8. We, in fact, have narrowed the field from nearly 30 competitors down to a mere 8, and they're going to be playing off in best 2 of 3 single elimination to determine who is Fright Night number 6's final champion. Now, I'm excited to jump in, and as you can see, it looks like the players are already excited. They're already underway doing their bans, getting everything set up, and we should be getting ready to go. So we're going to zone in right here and see what's going on. We are actually on like and subscribe here between Master Dark and Hakune. Now, Master Dark and Hakune, both regulars to the stream, regulars to game breakdowns. You can check out some of those other games on the YouTube channel. By the way, the likes and subscribes do seriously help. And of course, you can check the links if you're watching this on YouTube in the description for the live stream, as well as the Random Thoughts Discord. But as we're beginning, I do have to let everybody know that, of course, I am part of the content affiliate program. The devs do give me stuff for producing content and, of course, putting on these events. Now, this is still early in the morning for me. I still have my coffee next to me. As you can tell, my throat is still going. We were running everything yesterday. We streamed last night. We're going to be streaming today. We're going to be streaming tonight. Whole lot of stuff going on. Whole lot of excitement. Now, as with other Fright Nights, I'm going to be bouncing between both running the event as well as casting the event. So we'll see what happens here. One thing of note, I am running statistics on the map picks and bans, and in this case, we're just not seeing like and subscribe come up all that much. It's interesting because it literally was never banned yesterday, and it was never picked yesterday, which is really strange. It's notable that this happened. I'm just checking as mentioned that we're flipping between things to make sure that everybody is good to go. Now this, I'm going to check the channels here. We did have a series of bans for this. We look like we banned out Once Lore, Floors Lava, Coolrophobia, and Scopaceum. So Master Dark chose this map. Master Dark chose this map and chose to go first on this map. So this is interesting that they may have a pocket strategy, but as you can see, Hakune is setting up with an attractor here. Pretty common throughout, well, a lot of players' games. Let's be realistic about this. There's a ton of players who are actively using, and some could argue abusing, one of the full disclosure phobies, and that is attractor. So what do we have set up here? We're getting kind of a stalematey setup. We, of course, do have these gravediggers. We do have these gravediggers, which makes sense. This is a common thing on this map, obviously breaking this center curve, this sort of S shape. I mean, not really, but, you know. And I think at this stage, I would have to give it to Hakune as a positional advantage. Neither player are willing to step onto that center point, obviously with these 1 keys floating about. The second acting player, the reactive player, will have the opportunity to take the advantage from this setup. Now, of note, as we talk a little bit about what fed into this top 8, again, we had almost 30 competitors. They played through a series of 5 rounds of Swiss that were best of 1 games. There was a map ban system. It was slightly modified from what we're using today because these are best 2 of 3 games. So the players, we're going to see if they can manage not just eke out a win with a pocket strategy on a map that people aren't familiar with or are not comfortable with. They're going to have to win on at least 2 out of 3 maps in the series to take the whole match. As mentioned, it's going to be single elimination. So once a match is completed, the winner will then progress on and our loser is eliminated for the day. But shout out to all the competitors, both the ones that are going to be playing today and the ones that played yesterday, because there were a lot of awesome games. I may pull some of them because some of them, as I was observing, hit my mouse. As I was observing them yesterday, some of them had some really cool plays, some really unique setups. And we'll have to see how this one plays out. Now, we're getting the matching attractor. Hematic Ginsting and Klepto are kind of the big differences. I mean, yes, it's Ginsting to Bone Mangles. We have 7 keys available, 15 keys banked versus 1 and 15. So definitely more keys overall available to our orange player, but we'll see where this goes. Just checking to make sure the other games are good to go. Now, these games are untimed. There is the, not unwritten, because it's literally written. I told everybody, play at a reasonable pace. We don't want anyone slow playing, dragging out the event. But the difference here is, I just noticed that the green orc on my shirt is getting blocked out by the green screen. You can kind of see it as I shift my shirt. It's a little weird. I distracted myself with that one. So I honest to God forgot what the hell I was saying, chat. I'm super excited, but I'm also super tired. I had a massive headache yesterday, probably due to dehydration and too much caffeine. And I mean, I'm not solving the caffeine problem today. We'll put it that way. Oh, yes, we were talking about not dragging things out. So the rounds yesterday were 40-minute best of 1 game. So you're expected to find your opponent, do your map ban and selection phase, and then get to playing and complete a game in 40 minutes. If you didn't, it was a draw. And we did have some of those, but you tend to, most players, actually, now that I think about it, I don't think we had a single draw. I'd have to go back and check. It isn't uncommon for that to come up every once in a while, but overall, we have players playing quickly, they're playing efficiently, and they're playing to win. Players not trying to, scrape by, we'll say. There's no option for a draw here. We can't have draws. We have a single elimination bracket. We have to have somebody advance. These rounds are not going to be timed to give people the full benefit that they have all of their faculties all of the time to set up even longer term strategies, as long as they're not dragging the game out just for the sake of dragging it out. But speaking of not dragging the game out, again, all of the phobies are at level 1, so if you are frustrated by ladder and you said, I'm just getting my butt kicked because my phobies are lower level, guess what? You can hit up Fright Night, you can hit up Tiny Terrors, link for those are, of course, in the description, in the Random Slots Discord. Akira here makes an appearance, a stress level reward phobie, level 90 in particular. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 phobies. So there are 8 keys available for Hakune, and Hakune is going to do their best Scorpion impression, but to everybody, get over here! And just yoink everybody in, not just with the Akira, but the Attractor as well. And remember that yoinks here is centered on Akira itself, so that means that it's going to try and pull everything towards Akira, including Hakune's phobies. And we're getting the big standoff here. Akira does some weird things to the game. What do I mean by that? Well, Akira does cause your opponent to do exactly what we're seeing Master Dark do here, which is just whoom, get to the other side. Get the hell out of dodge. Get away from the Akira, because if you're anywhere near it, there's going to be some value gained by the Akira player. Akira is that impactful, which is, it's been a recent conversation that apparently for a while prior to Akira really disseminating itself among the Phobie players, that people didn't respect the power level of Akira. But if you think about it, Yoinks has to be the most powerful ability in the game, far and away. Nothing even comes close. It's Attractor, but on your opponent's entire team, and it's Paddles on your entire team, which is incredible. The combination of the two, and yes, there are some complications because, oh, well, what if there are Abyss tiles and I have to position around them? And obviously my opponent will as well, and this and that, and this thing and that thing. But ultimately, Akira means that all this stuff is going to get very messy very fast. And we might be about to see it. No, we're just going to get the cat going in. Now, this cat, notably, even if it dies, this cat is out of position. It will not be able to get into position in order to reclaim this panic point very quickly. And realistically, I don't know that Master Dark can go in here, kill this, because then yes, this Yoinks or this attractor pull might not be the most impressive one in the world, but we will probably see some problems is where this is going to go. Now, the filling out phobie, or not, I was going to say is Hevo 3.0, but it looks like Akune is second-guessing that particular decision. 10 keys remaining for our blue player, 13, 12 now for our orange player. It appears as though Akune is content to simply trade panic points, something that's somewhat out of character for this particular player. I apologize if you hear me slurping or the cup squeaking, because I made a weird noise as I was trying to drink out of it there. I'm trying not to drip coffee on myself and simultaneously caffeinate myself, because as mentioned, I am very tired. It's been a long week. But the excitement of Fright Night, I may not have needed the caffeine. I can feel the heart, as though I have more than one and one is the primary. My heart is... It's going, especially seeing this Akira slam onto the board, because every moment from here on out... Oh, here it is! This is just a dead attractor, I think. Oh, no. Is it? Oh, the cat on the stem! With the snipe. With the snipe. 2 phobies down. Yes. This may not qualify as the most impressive Akira takedown that we've ever seen, but that is brutal. Like, that's actually crippling. There's really nothing Master Dark can do from this stage that is actually actively threatening. So you could break this, move up to Klepto, get a little bit of splash. You could break some of these other points. You could slide these up, but this stabby, we do get a panic point capture. So for our blue player, there is a 3-2 advantage, at least briefly, for now. But remember, they still have 10 keys. I don't hate that block. I don't know that this is really what's going to do it. I don't know. I'll be on. Ooh, we get a Smother Mother. Is this... I was not considering Smother Mother. Smother Mother, I was about to say what I imagine everybody was thinking I was going to say, which is, I don't know how Master Dark gets out of this. Excuse me. But the Smother Mother possibly gives them an out. Like, that does give some level of threat. It's another pull to try and replace that attractor, which was a big loss. But we don't even see the cat going down here because our blue player does not appear to want to risk crush more. I can't really fault them. However, if there was going to be a play to be made, it had to be on that previous turn. Even if it's as simple as removing some of these things, because at this point they're down to a single key, 12 remaining for our orange player. And we're going to have a attractor back online. Yes, Akira has several turns before it's going to be live, but the attractor is the big problem here. That is going to be a big, big issue. So obviously we get a quick takedown on the cat. Panic point advantage was not claimed by our blue player. The stabby repositioned instead. I didn't call that out earlier, so it's still panic point advantage orange. And this is not an uncommon scenario in Phobies. Whether you're playing on ladder, you're playing frenemies, you're playing tournaments, you're playing whatever, this is not an uncommon scenario where one player has an advantage. They have the panic point advantage. They probably have a board position advantage. In this case, they also have a key advantage. You could argue it's not just a board advantage, it's a phobie quality advantage. It's not simply I have more phobies on the board or slightly better ones. It's, okay, look, these phobies are just better than these. I don't think anybody's going to argue that. Simply because, like, oh no, this is not just a nail in the coffin, it's salt in the wound. The smiley. So we'll finish the first thought, which is basically Master Dark has to commit in, but there really isn't a great way to commit in, and Hakune, recognizing this, is they're picking it up right away. They are picking it up right away. Welcome to chat. Welcome to everybody that's hanging out. So we are streaming this live. We are watching the games live through the recently featured, although the feature has been here for a while, the recently featured observer mode within Phobies. So we did get an attempt at an invade from our blue player here, but it looks like they took it back, which I can't blame them. Can't blame them. All right, looks like there's some admin stuff I need to address. Hold on one second. Okay, I think they're okay. They're getting everything squared away. So we do ultimately see an invade go down. Smiley is going to, well, has connected now with multiple phobies. Realistically, we're just watching the end of this. There's not a whole lot that our blue player can do, especially considering there's 7 keys. However, I personally would want to see, hey, your only out in this game is to go for it. You cannot win holding back. You don't have a panic point advantage. Your opponent is not forced to commit into you, so you have to do something. Whether this particular set of plays would be what was required, up for debate, but I do like the idea of, look, we got to do it. Got to get in there, got to make something happen. Again, you'll have to forgive my coffee consumption. So I do like this. Oh, so that was there. Okay, I was about to say you need to set this sheep up differently, but Hakune is able to do exactly what I was suggesting, or going to suggest, which is you allow the Akira pole to get that paddles move, essentially. A paddles move. It's not really. It's a free move. By the way, the Akira attack animation is baller. But you get that free displacement on your side. Then you move in because you haven't used one of your actions yet. Then you detonate the sheep, which allows you to get this multi-hit sheep. Sheep may move up in my book once I acquire Akira, but I mean, Akira makes a lot of it. It's like having that superstar on your team just makes everyone else look even more amazing. And that's ultimately what we're seeing here. We're watching the death throes of this particular game. I think we can safely call this one in favor of Hakune. We're going to go hunting for one of the other live games. We're going to jump into a Smiley game. I guess everybody, when I announced that nobody picked like and subscribe yesterday, oh, chat! So this game is between Smiley, who is another regular to, well, all of Random's Thoughts, the Discord, the stream, the whatever. Worsty is a newcomer and immediately shot into top 8, performed very well during the Swiss. So shout out again to all the players and shout out to our newcomers especially. So in this case, we see a paddles and we get a werewolf, but Smiley is answering back, I guess, sort of in the namesake. It's not Smiley, but it is another disease phobie. It's in fact Peschetti. Peschetti coming out, connecting with the disease here on werewolf. And remember, everything's level 1, but Werewolf is pretty big and scary. 2,600 health here thanks to the initial damage. 560. We'll have to see where the transform is at. I think it must have transformed on just the previous turn. And I see, as I'm checking in chat for one of the other games, somebody else chose like and subscribe. I'm telling you, I guess everybody looked at, oh, nobody picked like and subscribe. They must not like it. I'm going to pick it and force them to play on it. Or everybody was saving pocket strategies. Speaking of pocket strategies, we got a Brony. Chat, we got Brony staring down a rather eclectic bunch of... Ooh, this actually powered down now. The disease here is going to be problematic. We don't have a heal. Obviously, you can't remove the disease, but it would at least allow for, stemming of the tide. Panic point advantage in favor of our orange player. We're trying to set up a Brony push here from Worsty, and due to the paddles, there is the potential for this, because this Brony can shoot 1, 2, 3, and then all of a sudden blanket a huge swath of the area here. Granted, it's still, you're going to have to reposition kind of awkwardly. Now, notably, our blue player did not break this block, whereas Smiley did, obviously, with the presence of this Gravedigger. This Gravedigger seemingly has done nothing on Worsty's side, which is interesting. That this wasn't broken. We don't see any additional blocks. This presumably was from this Gravedigger. It doesn't really make much sense for Worsty to block this one, because then it's preventing them from getting that straight run. But we do have a supplemental Fire Ant from our orange player. Checking to make sure my werewolf, my puppy, was not hanging out behind me. She was hanging out during Fright Night yesterday, keeping me company. But today, well, it's the middle of the day. She wants to hang out upstairs and outside. I don't really blame her. I don't really blame her. She's a very good girl, Chad. I've talked about her before. She is the calmest and gentlest dog I have ever known in my entire life. And I've met a lot of dogs. My wife and I are both dog people, and a lot of our family and friends are dog people as well, out of a variety of different breeds throughout our lives and through, by extension. And she is the gentlest creature of any animal, not even any dog. I've never met a gentler living thing at any stage in my life. We love her so much. Digression aside, I have to bring that up every once in a while because she makes me so happy. But anyway, as far as this game goes, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Phobies. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Both players can supplement their forces, 11 keys to 10 remaining, but we do need to find a way for one of these players to actually crack the other's defenses. And it's going to be difficult. The Brony can lead the charge. Of course, the werewolf could get juiced by, by paddles to really get in there. But we're getting an erratic to supplement things. And I wonder if our blue player had intended to go this Brony the whole time, hence why they didn't want to break this. Why would that be the case? Well, if the Brony takes the center tile, you can hide behind this and then not have to get Bronied. But given the positioning of this erratic, I don't know if that was just an error, assuming that is the line, where they don't want to get that set up because they're going to have to retreat and then come back out, thereby losing a move. But we'll have to see. Now, this is actually problematic for our blue player. The reason being is it's not really, oh, well, the Brony got poisoned. That matters, though. Don't get me wrong. Especially since they've now maxed out and can't even pop out a healing phobie in order to cure the poison. The bigger issue here, the bigger challenge, is that this Brony now has no avenue to actually get in there. Because you have to go through the center, so now you're going to have to commit forces to blow up the creep, and if you do that, that means that those things are going to get Bronied also. Now, you could advance, kill it, and then inch up the Brony to try and get through afterwards. But if you have the Brony too close, it's going to potentially get blown out, either through boops, through multi-rangers, 3 rangers, or other effects. Right now, Smiley is in a fairly... this is Smiley's game to lose, and it's not a Oh, well, Smiley can't lose from this position. We might as well move on to the next game. Ooh, we get it. We get it. So Werewolf is live. Over 1,000 health now. 560 damage. We could see a break and a sneak through here, but there's really no position to... 1, 2, 3... You end up here. That's not great. We're getting it on the Brony. Ooh! That's a pretty good Brony. That's a pretty good Brony, shutting all this off. It leaves only Hevo and Gravedigger as the acting Phobies. This means that you can, as our blue player, can just absolutely get on top of everything. And you should. You need to get on there. You need to take an advantage and do it. So we see this weird Zangief lariat sort of backhand from the werewolf. It's not even a backhand because he like curls his hand for a claw, but like swinging back. That's a very awkward attack, don't you think? I don't know, maybe it's just me. So I would not have gone for it this way. I think what I would have done is... maybe I have to. You would have to... Ooh, that's a very... Smiley may have anticipated this. I know I'm jumping between thoughts, but Smiley may have anticipated this invasion because that is a very strange trap position where the Brony is. So back to this, I would have thought maybe you hit it with the Hevo and then you hit it with the Erratic, move the Werewolf up here or really where Snowball is. That means it probably would have died to this fire trap. Because you're going to, you know, it would have taken another 200 damage. 600, it probably would have died due to a... Well, no, because these are bronied, so never mind, it wouldn't have died. I feel like you need to get this up here and in the fight. It has to be engaged. Because as our blue player, and this is part of the reason I didn't like Erratic. Erratic is too slow. I think you need full movement range or better, aka the Snowballs, I guess, Werewolf, Morty, something like that. You need things, and Morty, I think, actually might be a very good combo with Brony, because you can keep it way out of range and then just get in there. Even if you don't attack, like you Brony and you don't get on them that turn, you have a turn to then close the distance and get on top of them. But the problem here is that the Brony powered these things down, and you're not really taking too much advantage of it yet. You do have a little bit of time, but down goes 10 keys worth of Phobies, and there's still 2 active here, representing an enormous amount of damage. This Erratic is not even going to connect with anything. It's a rough spot for our blue player. It's a rough spot. I think the Brony play was a good play. Like, it was a good heads-up play, but I think it maybe was one of those where the wheels were starting to come off before you really made the journey. Like, the preparation for it wasn't quite lining up. Because, again, the Erratic has now moved. It took 1 turn, then 2 turns. Now, 3 turns from its spawning, it still hasn't attacked anything. And all of these Phobies, because of where the Erratic is positioned, can pretty much just walk away. They could just walk down here, supplementing these forces. This Werewolf is going to depower, I think, this turn. If not next turn, and the disease is still on it. So then you're going to be left with Gravedigger, Hevo, Erratic, Paddles, and 5 keys versus Pescetti, Fire Ant, Klepto, Gesundheit, Innocuous, Gravedigger, and Hevo 2.0. Another fire trap. Keep in mind, traps don't get turned off by Brony. We saw a game like this with an enormous lake of fire, but he was on Phobopolis. Here, like and subscribe is going up in flames. Ooh, I think this one is going in favor of Smiley. We can probably wait it out another turn and a half to see, but I am having some difficulty seeing how our blue player is able to pull this one out. Yes, this is a little ballsy by Smiley, this Hevo positioning, because ultimately this Hevo could get tagged by a stimmed erratic. But again, panic point advantage, it's a 4-to-1 panic point advantage. It's a 4-to-1 panic point advantage in favor of our orange player. Our blue player must commit. They must commit and either kill all the phobies or must commit and reclaim the panic points. Either way, it's going to be a beating when it happens. Yep, and in comes the concession. GG. Let's jump into Shadow Force A Markand. Once again, on like and subscribe, we're seeing similar setups. We have some callbacks to the previous one we were looking at. We got a Fire Ant, we got a Hevo. We have some Crushmores, and we haven't seen Jars to this point. We have not seen Clinico or Gonzo. A few takedowns already. A Markand's Jar, Snowball, and Cowbell have gone down. And a Tractor has died for Shadow Force, as well as some 1-keys, so we'll have to see how this goes. As mentioned before, since these are untimed, yes, we have the arena timer. You can kind of see it. Whoop, wrong side. You can see it right behind me, like right back there. It is going, but these are untimed rounds, so players are naturally, they're in the single elimination rounds. These are the big kid tables. You need to actually make sure that your turns are as effective and efficient as possible. So we're getting a 10-key bank to a 12-key bank, 12 to 15 keys total. The positioning is, board position is fairly even at this stage. Not sure what's going on here, why Shadow Force is waiting this one out. Maybe just an excessive amount of thinking here. 15 keys banked to 12. We don't know exactly how long this Fire Ant has been out here, but given the current positioning, you have to imagine that it's been out long enough to place at least one trap, maybe two. Now I'm going to check the bans here. So it looks like we banned Once Lore, we banned Coolrophobia, banned Flora's Lava, and banned Scoposium, rather. I'm pretty sure that's how it's pronounced, but I don't have an official pronunciation guide, chat. You got me. I don't know, but I'm going with it. Welcome, chat. Everybody hanging out. So we're getting a very stalematey game here between both players. Both of these players are perennial... How do I put this? I was trying to think of a singular word, but they are perennial powerhouses. They are at the top of the ladder, as are many of the players in this top 8. It is pretty stacked. You're not walking in and just claiming an easy title, an easy win in this particular event. And many of these players have met in the Swiss previously. Obviously, they played many, many times on ladder, but the whole point being is that they played against each other before, maybe not a ton of times in a format where everything is, in fact, level 1. It varies greatly from the ladder because it's entirely possible, hey, one player has a Hevo 2.0 that's super high leveled, another player has a Jar that's super high leveled, and they may carry a game or not. In this case, because they're all level 1, the relationships between Phobies are more emphasized. The break points. The times where a Phobie will whiff by 1 HP because, not due to levels, but because it just naturally cannot one-shot another Phobie. Or the times such as Jar and Snowball, or Jar and Murderwing, where it can, in fact, one-shot them. The relationship between the Phobies are something that doesn't come up a lot on ladder outside of a few scenarios, but I'm laughing because guess what? Another Akira. Akira, the terror itself, has shown up. We have 5 Phobies for Shadow Force, 6 keys remaining, 6 for our blue player, A Markand. This is going to be interesting. Just getting a ping in Discord, making sure that it's not... Nope. It's not for the event. It's something totally unrelated, so I don't care. I'll deal with it later. So, similar to the earlier game that we were observing with Akune and Master Dark, this is brutal. This is brutal. I'm not really sure how A Markand does this. I'm not sure how A Markand does this. I'm not really clear, because this one's going to be tough. This one's going to be tough. I don't really know how you beat Akira with only 6 more keys. Now, advantages for A. Markin, or potential advantages, is you do have access to Gonzo. You do have an AoE lob. So it is possible that you can get in there and splash a ton of damage on things and then maybe follow it up on the following turn. So you go in, you dive, or you get sucked in by the Akira. If you live and then you can Gonzo, you can do a ton of damage, hopefully on retaliation, and make something happen. But we're immediately going to see the yoink here. I don't really see the immediate value in this one unless there's some traps here that we are not expecting. This makes more sense because it advances our orange player's forces to a degree, but I still don't think this really gets you too much. There's a lot of ways, because remember, the Yoink's ability, it's literally called Yoinks. I know I say Yoink for every pull, but this is literally called Yoinks, is centered on Akira, so it tries to pull everything. That's why we would see things end up in different places depending on where the Akira is positioned. Instead, we're just going to see 1 keys trading out. Our orange player is at an advantage here because they are the reacting player. Akira OP, Akira's pretty good. I've heard some things. Chat chiming in with their, the infamy for Akira. Akira is, I mean, look, it's a very strong phobie, and not enough people have it for us to truly have seen enough games to try and formulate an appropriate response to it. There are a lot of ways that I personally would like to see Akira change, but Akira is the way Akira is at the moment. Do we get the takedown on the cat? How is A. Markin going to respond with these 5 keys? As mentioned, A. Markin is at a disadvantage as far as the key trading war. So, is sending in this Contortio and presumably subsequent 1 keys worth it? It's possible. It's possible, and the reason I say that is that maybe you just want to drain Shadow Force's keys because you don't want them to commit another significant phobie, we'll say, to the board to assist in the Akira yoinks. But the response here is actually to supplement the forces, maxing out here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 with Stabby. I don't hate this idea because Stabby is fairly tanky. Stabby is fairly tanky, so if we get the yoinks commit, and it's up for debate where these two will end up, like which one, depending on where the Akira is, how the yoinks go, it's possible that it is beneficial to do this. So we're going to get the yoink here. We're not... Okay, I like this play from Shadow Force. This is going to open it up, displace the Hevo even further. That has to be the priority target. Because again, Gonzo. The Gonzo is a little bit out of position, but I don't think there's any way to realistically position things to eliminate all potential Akira yoinks. Given the way that the ability works, it's just too difficult. This may live, though. It does live. In fact, can't quite eliminate the Hevo. Looks like those 5 keys are going to have to get invested in something else. A. Markin is playing this very well. Very well. So we're getting the commitment of the 1 key. It's entirely possible that Shadow Force is going to say, hey, you can reclaim this, but you're going to have to funnel through the choke point that is the center of like and subscribe. Now, notably, I mean, of course, we have Crushmore here, we have Gravedigger here, and we didn't see Crushmore from our orange player or Gravedigger from our blue player, but these initial obstacles that are typically here are in fact gone. We do have those abilities up, Terraform, for both of them. There's this is the other major factor that's on Shadow Force's side. The traps are going to play a significant factor. Now, I got caught by Shadow Force on ladder just the other day with traps. I was on Phobopolis, but the reality of the situation is this Fire Ant has been out here for way too many turns. Not that A Markin could do much about it. But the Fire Ant has been out here for so many turns that this whole area is littered with traps. There's traps everywhere, and remember, they are AoE traps with a significant amount of damage. Now, we're getting a Numbskull here. I'm actually very curious whether it would have been better to simply go Boomer, or a Resurrect Phobie for that matter. Resurrect, of course, would have required some additional effort on Shadow Force's part to both eliminate and then address. A Droney could pop out, but then that's 2 keys for 1, and the Droney gets eliminated pretty quickly. It burns through more of Shadow Force's keys. But the Boomer could tank hits from this, necessitating a repositioning from the jar, as well as preventing a Yoinks, because it has stasis. Now, we're getting the pull here. This is not a great pull. Well, is it? This actually isn't a bad pull. You get 2 hits here, 2 hits here. Is this dead? 1,700 health? I don't think so. 800, 1,200? No. Not unless there's a trap up here, which could have happened earlier in the game and we're not bearing witness to it. However, there is an argument just to do this. The reason being is that you could trade, what, your Gravedigger for their Crushmore? Well, you'll be putting a ton of damage on the Crushmore. The Crushmore has, well, it probably hits and then walks away. I guess a ton of damage on Crushmore for Gravedigger is not worth it. Like, that's not a worthwhile trade, a meaningful one. So we'll have to see how this plays out. A Markin being appropriately patient with this, Shadow Force trying to ensure that they're not burning, because similar to Attractor and Heartbreaker and many other phobies that have Yoinks or even Boops or tons of other abilities, often simply the threat of the ability is way more important. And the longer you wait, the more important that it becomes, because that cooldown could be, you're never getting it back before the game ends. Now, is that the end of the world in this scenario? Maybe not, because a Yoinks can immediately end the game, and we may be seeing that here. I would be very scared of this if I was A Markin. Again, they were in the game the whole time. We were not. We don't know. And based on the positioning, I think we do know. There should not be a trap on this point. That is significant because there's no way there's a trap here. And if there's no trap on this point, then pulling all of this forward means that you're not necessarily going to get the connections that you want as Shadow Force via that enormous Yoinks. So if that's the case, you're going to have to commit with all of your phobies, and right now, out 4 keys, you could run a ranged phobie here, but remember, the Akira is going to have to figure out some way to rearrange itself. So you could get a ranged hit here, maybe you break this block to open things up. We're going with a Murder Wing, so I think we are going to see a Yoinks here. I don't know about this. I don't think this is what Shadow Force was expecting. I think Shadow Force was expecting the Murder Wing to get displaced. Is Heartbreaker strong or not? Question for the ages. Question for the ages. We don't have a Heartbreaker here at the moment, so we're a little focused on other stuff, but we can come back to that one. We can come back to that one. Shadow Force desperately trying to make this Akira count, but it is becoming awkward, and as mentioned, A Markin is playing this remarkably well. Now, we do have an enormous life deficit, 42 to 7,000, but it's only a 1 panic point advantage. Whether it's a big map or it's a small map, that 1 panic point advantage is doing the same amount of damage at level 1, which is 200 damage per point, in this case, 1. Now, yes, bigger map, more heart health, bigger anxiety pool. As you can see, heart anxiety level, which I always forget, and then whenever I remember, it makes me giggle a little bit inside. Like, hee hee. But here, the point is that A Markin doesn't have to rush this. They have like 1,000 more turns. I hope it doesn't take 1,000 more turns because I'm out of coffee. Basically out of coffee. We got to do game reviews. But I don't think A Markin can reasonably advance here. And I think Shadow Force is playing this also incredibly well. You have no reason to jump in. There's no reason to overplay your hand, to overextend. Yes, I'm reading chat, Big She. At least Twitch chat, if that's what you mean. I'm peeking at Discord periodically to make sure that none of the players need anything, but I'm not focused on the Fright Night 6 chat. Oh, we do have some results. So BTD defeats Black Dread. So congrats to one of our first winners, our first person to advance. Obviously, the other games are going on. We're going to try and stick with this game. Maybe a Russell in this specific situation will break the stalemate. If only. If only. Yes, 4 keys ago, a Russell might have done it. A Russell might have been good. Uh-oh. Was this the moment? Is this the moment? It appears not. Or maybe it is? Okay, this is a dead Crushmore. We counted up the damage. It was 1,200 before. We're going to get an additional 450. No, you're not going to be able to do it with this. You need 8, 12, 1240, 14. Like, you have to meatball it, I think. And the problem with these turns, the animation for Akira is fairly long. So you do need to be careful with, oh, well, I did all this stuff for my turn, but then I need to undo it, and then you have to redo it. There's a chance that you whiff halfway through and mess up your turn. I think what needed to happen, like, I think you need to kill this Crushmore. I don't think you can leave this stuff alive. This is super dangerous. You're going to get a juiced Hevo hit to AoE, and it could even move to hit literally all 5 of these. You can move to hit all 5 of these Phobies. You have the Clinico here in order to heal this Crushmore. There was a trap! Oh my god! When was that trap placed there? Okay, never mind. In fact, Shadow Force did know. You have to kill that. You must kill that Crushmore, and in fact, they did. This is going to be cool, though. We're going to get a double juiced Hevo. Hevo on the stim, and 990. Kablamo. Takedown on the Murder Wing and the Jar, or not. I think you hit this first. Okay, so they're advancing, maybe testing for additional traps. Okay, that makes sense. Down goes Innocuous, down goes Jar, down goes Murder Wing. Triple kill! Now, here's the big risk, though. Here's the big risk. You do have a panic point advantage as a Markand. Dude, this is ballsy. This is ballsy. Cojones of Steel invading here. As mentioned, this Fire Ant has been in this spot in particular for like a myriad. Yep. This did not need to happen. Now, this could be a calculated risk, because if Shadow Force commits to try and fight this, guess what? You're gonna get tagged. Did A Markin do this, chat? Because remember, this is going to displace and kill something. No, it's not, because it's gonna die to the fire! I mean, this is still dead to the Gonzo. This is still dead to the Gonzo. There is a heal available, so this Hevo's not dead. Now, you can't really invade any further as a Markand, I don't believe, because you're not going to kill this Fire Ant, and obviously gazillions of traps everywhere, right? But this lives! The Numbskull, chat! This Numbskull is a tank! The Akira should die. I don't think... There wasn't enough damage, and honestly, if you leave Akira... And it depends on how many Phobies you can have left at the end of the day. You'd like to join Fright Night, but my schedule is very unpredictable. I'm working on a few different things. I don't know if you saw it in my Discord, which again, if you're watching this on YouTube, hit up the Random Thoughts Discord, link in the description. I'm working on a few different ways to try and alleviate some of those things. Obviously, logistically, there's only so much we can do. Ooh, we're getting the invade! They're going for it! I don't think that's where you want that hit to land. I think you'd rather hit the cat. Reason being is that, yeah, you can just get this splash here to kill it. There's no way there's a trap here, right? That would be insane. This would be... No, A Market is right. Past a certain point, this is what I was talking about in the Hakune game. You have to go in. You don't have a choice. You have to make something happen. Okay, so here's a arguable mistake. I think there's a mistake on this turn. Now, far be it from me, these players are better than me, but I think this is a mistake by A Markin. Can you catch what it is, chat? A potential mistake. A potential mistake. Now, again, far be it from me to second-guess players much better than I, but you could have killed this Akira. You could have killed this Akira because you could have walked up, put the Klepto next to the cat, direct hit the Akira with the Klepto, or next to the Gravedigger. Then you kill the Gravedigger with the Gonzo. You eliminate Akira, and you eliminate the Gravedigger, leaving only Cat and Fire Ant. You can boost the Klepto? Not on that turn. Not on that turn. That was on cooldown because they boosted it 2 turns ago to power up the Hevo when it hit the stim. Which... that was that triple kill turn we saw a few turns ago. This is spectacularly played by both players. This game is awesome, and we joined late. What did we miss in the early game? Regardless of outcome, this was a great game. Regardless of outcome, this was a spectacular game. Shout out to all the competitors, but especially here. So we have Clinico, Hevo, and Klepto against Super this. I feel like Shadow Force is just calling it a game at this stage. Because this seems less than ideal. Even if there's a trap here, it now kills the Fire Ant. I would put this in here because if there's a trap here, the Fire Ant is dead. So this traps the Fire Ant. In fact, there is not... Chat, Akira is not an I win button. GG, well played. Wow. Spectacular. Spectacular. I think we knew who it was. So we are here on Lights Out, once again seeing Shadow Force and A Markand duel it out. We're getting a snowball opener from A Markand compared to the more... we'll say traditional on this map, Gravedigger opening from Shadow Force. We did see a spectacular game between these two players just in the previous one. We'll have to see how this one plays out. I gotta keep remembering to move my cursor. I leave it in the middle of the screen, chat, and I'm sure that's super annoying to people, so my apologies. Now this is like the last sip of coffee, chat. The last sip of coffee. Switch into water. A Markin shows a lot of Akira games in Dios' Discord, and I think he's the best Akira killer. That may be true. I mean, truthfully, that's what I was going on and on about before in the previous game, is that there aren't enough people to have Akira to really have enough games against Akira to experiment with different ways to try and defeat it. And that's a challenge overall. Like, that is problematic, because if you don't even get the chance to try something, you'll never know if it'll work, right? You're just guessing. So maybe you get lucky the first time. Maybe you figure it out on the 100th time. So the bracket is set up as this, Master Dark. When you qualify out of Swiss rounds into top 8, the number 1 ranked player after Swiss plays the lowest ranked player out of Swiss. And then 2 plays 7, 3 plays 6, and 4 plays 5. The idea is that you're rewarding the player who finished first because they did so well by playing the quote-unquote weakest player out of the top 8. That's the goal of the system. Now, of course, we can debate what would be better or worse, but that's basically how it plays out. The goal, remember, for tournaments is, of course, to determine who the best player is. And from a spectator perspective, while it is cool to have early games in, whether it's in the cut or in the Swiss or in the bracket or whatever, early games that say, hey, we have two Titan, like we have A. Markin and Shadow Force going head-to-head in round 1, top 8 or Swiss. That's fine, but it's also exciting to have them in the final rounds. There's a lot of different factors that go into the tournament structure, and there are reasons behind all of these. I've been utilizing a system that's typically used by chess and from my primarily my background of competitive card games, which use this Swiss top cut to 8. Little problem is that it makes the number 8 being a random 3 win, 2 lose. It is possible to have a very strong player depending on the field and their pairing. So, for example, A. Markin, I think, went up against Hakune in round 1 of Swiss and took an L. Then if A. Markin took another L because they played against, say, Shadow Force in the Swiss, now they have 2 losses. A. Markin could have been that random 3-2. It just depends on how the event shakes out. So we see a Crushmore and a Tractor coming out. Right now, of course, I kind of have to hand it to Shadow Force because a Tractor's just, a Tractor does a Tractor things. But both of these unicorns they've been moving around a bit. They haven't had a ton of time, maybe 1 trap each. We do have a Terraform for each player. We finally get a break from Crushmore. Gravedigger also got its second break, eliminating all of these obstacles. The Panic Point advantage, Shadow Force. Let me make sure that the other players are good for their other rounds. Yep, they are going. Bans are in. I don't know that I think I said the bans for this one. It was Once Lore, Coolrophobia, Floor's Lava, and Scopaceum for bans. Like and subscribe was obviously chosen for the previous. We got Lights Out here. I only have 28 Phobies and definitely not enough to play in Fright. Now, you can still compete, but we also have the Tiny Terrors format where you're only allowed to use common and uncommon Phobies. I've been running those as a supplementary series, and we were discussing this yesterday on stream, that I do want to explore the idea of 2 parallel Fright Night tournaments. One for basically Doomsday and below, and then the other tournament for everybody. So if you're in horrors, or even heebie-jeebies, and you think you can hang with the players that we're watching right now, by all means, you can sign up. But these players would be barred from playing in the, I don't want to say lower league, but other league, so that way there is a differentiation between the two. You will still run into collection disparities, but everything will still be set to level 1 Phobies, so that way people can have an opportunity to get their competitive tournament legs under them. So if you're interested in that, there is a Fright Night feedback form that hopefully I'll remember to put in the YouTube description, but you can check it out in the Random Thoughts Discord, and you can fill that out. Whether you're a competitor, you're a spectator, I want feedback from people. What would make you want to play? What is preventing you from playing? And sometimes it's just, if it's a logistical, there are things I can do, but there's only so much I can do. If it's other things, if there's something that, it's specifically collection things, and you would 100% play, but you just don't think you can hang. So you don't want to play until you have a different structure to support what you have available to you. That's fine. And I'll see what we can do about it, because I would like to help the Phobies community grow in this aspect. And there are a number of other people. Shout out to Dios, shout out to Jelly Belly, shout out to anyone else, content creators that are organizing events like this, because I think that this is a great, and we have seen over the course of all the Fright Nights, amazing plays and amazing things that have happened from all kinds of players. And I'm hoping we can see more of it. Hey, Ando, what's good? That's understandable, Master Dark. It is, but remember, the goal of a tournament is to determine the best player on that day. It's not necessarily supposed to be evenly distributed, we'll say. We're not necessarily trying to give a handicap. That's why I want to try and explore some of these other things. It goes into the earlier discussion for just random stuff. And thank you for the follow, by the way. And BTD, thank you for the follow. We don't currently have a setup that facilitates people who want to compete but are just starting out. And the reality is, for any game, when you just start out at something, like, you're just not going to be as good at something as you are for somebody who's been doing it for a while. Most likely, anyway. I mean, there are tons of people who've done things for many, many years, myself included, that are just still bad at them. I'm really bad at things I've been doing forever. But that aside, the goal of the tournament is inherently competition. Friendly competition. We're not trying to, we're not gloating and rubbing things in or something like that. It's just the people who win the most and who are the better players should be winning it. We can change formats to rearrange these things, but it has other ramifications, is the way I'll put it. But in the meantime, actually focusing on this game, and don't worry, I'll come back to chat. We get a Gonzo following up, 8 keys remaining for our blue player, trading out 1 keys, 12 available for Shadow Force, though. The only other ultra rare I have is Heartbreaker, but I think it needs a health buff, maybe a 1 key reduction. No, it does not. Trust me. Heartbreaker is somewhat niche. You can't just plop it out there on any map. But Heartbreaker is up there as one of the best Phobies in the game, or one of the most impactful Phobies in the game. I don't think it needs a nerf, but on certain maps, it is just downright oppressive. It is downright oppressive. It definitely should not get a key reduction. And the thing is that the low health can be a boon sometimes. I know that sounds strange, but getting it killed because it's a dimensional and has such high damage output, I'll yoink your phobie, your best phobie, drop it in an abyss. Oh, you dove to kill it? I'm going to displace one of your phobies, heavily damage it, so that I can kill that. So now it's a 2-for-1. And on top of it, if the rest of your team had to commit because you were originally pulling back to try and avoid the Heartbreaker yoink or teleport, now it's an attractor, sort of, air quotes. So now your whole team had to advance. There's a lot of factors that it brings to the table. Displacement effect of strong Heartbreaker should stay at 8 keys. Yeah, it's just satisfying me to see rockets killing dimensional phobie. You can't get pulled. Reasonable. Oh, I got a ping in Discord. Hold on a second, chat. So again, we're getting both players really thinking out their turns here, really being cautious. This is why I like the best 2 of 3. For logistical reasons, we do best of 1. And there is an argument that simply best of 1, Phobies is not a game of variance. It's not a card game. Not that, there are plenty of card games like the WoW TCG, the Verse TCG, a number of others. Wow, that was a quick fast turn. But there's a number of games that, there's inherent variance if you play a card game. Magic, Hearthstone, Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh!, whatever. Any of the other ones I listed. And trust me, I played a ton. Where sometimes, hey, I just won't see certain cards. Or I sit down, it's a bad matchup. Phobies is a game of effectively perfect information. You don't know with 100% certainty what their collection is, but you can assume that there's certain levels of certainty. Certain levels of things that you can expect. You know that they have the potential to put a Snowball, a Gonzo, and a Kira on the board. You know the map. And the numbers are presented to you. It's not a roll of the dice as to how much damage. So you could argue that a single game is sufficient because it's just, hey, you want to win? Win the game. There's no luck outside, especially since we're reducing everything to level 1. You can't just say, oh, well, my opponent spent a ton of money, so they out-leveled me. There is an argument for stress levels and just general collection width, but that it doesn't play in as much as you can argue it does in other games. So, I'm still pretty new, so I haven't had a game where Heartbreakers come into use because matches don't usually last long enough for me to play Heartbreaker. It's possible. Have you unlocked large maps yet? Because that is where Heartbreakers, like on this map, is Heartbreaker going to be great? Up for debate. But it is going to, it could still be very impactful. If it's a larger map with abyss tiles, oof. So here's the thing. Heartbreaker exerts what I've referred to as soft power before, influence. Your opponent has to respect the Heartbreaker. They can't just say, oh, well, I'm going to just dive. Well, guess what? I'm going to pick you apart with Heartbreaker or make something else terrible happen. But Heartbreaker aside, we're again seeing spending more than half their heart health. Our A mark in here, our blue player, down to 2,800, much lower than the previous map, to 4,200 on our orange player side. 8 and 12 keys still remaining. Neither player wants to commit more Phobies. But at some point, now again, we're seeing a plethora of traps. Shadow Force seems to love this. Problem with Heartbreakers, it will get heavily focused when it kills something. It depends. It depends. I've definitely had tons of Heartbreaker yoinks myself where, yeah, that Heartbreaker walks away cleanly and I get multiple Heartbreaker yoinks. Or, as I mentioned before, you kind of want it to die because then it guarantees the 2-for-1. ASAP, as soon as possible. So if you hear somebody say ASAP or ASAP, it's as soon as possible. And if anybody else has any questions, because I know we have a very global audience. Obviously, I'm based in the USA. This is a strictly English-speaking stream, at least for me. I'm terrible with other languages. My wife loves to laugh at me about it because she's very good with other languages. I have struggled enough with my native tongue that I can't. And I always joke that it is truly American, not English. And I know that's not correct, but she knows a number of languages. She can understand. Like I can't speak Spanish. I could listen to it, and if I read it, it would take me a while, but I can sort of do it. For example, I would not be able to do it on stream because it would take me way too long, and eventually I'd get annoyed and just, you know what, Google Translate it. But I think she could listen to it. I don't know offhand how good she is at speaking it. Certainly better than me. It's not that hard to be better than me at many things, and you can ask her that. She's upstairs right now, and she can probably hear me. So, again, this hyper-patient game. Sort of Master Dark, but that's a much larger discussion. That's a much larger discussion. So, shout out to everybody who's spending their Sunday, or if you're living in the future, part of your Monday, here with Random's Thoughts. Again, I am part of the content affiliate program, so the Phobies team does give me stuff for both producing Phobies content and, of course, running things like Fright Night. If you're interested in getting involved in the Phobies community as a whole, or with Fright Night, or just hanging out with other like-minded people, you can hit up the Random Thoughts Discord, !Discord on the live stream, or if you want to see the live stream or the Discord, you can watch us on YouTube, links in the description. Thereabouts, like and subscribe button. Help me out. You are living in the future, Rhonda. You are living in the future. I don't know if it's all that exciting that all of you that are living in the future are that much closer to Monday. I'm not too excited about Monday, but, you know, what are you going to do? So, in all that time, all that yakking, all that talking, all that monologuing, we're just watching the health slowly tick down. English is easy to learn. Press X to doubt. Monday is eternal anyway. I'm picking up what you're putting down, DT. I'm picking up what you're putting down. So I'll be honest, part of the reason I'm filling the silence here is obviously A. Markand is trying to dodge this attractor yoink. We don't want something bad to happen there. But you do have to commit, and that's the big thing with Shadow Force's dancing here, is trying to dodge that commit or allow the commit and then punish it hard. Because say that A Markin commits, you gonzo something up, you blow up something. Even if it were the attractor, you can make an argument, because right now this is going to be 700 damage. That actually would not be enough to kill it. You're going to have to commit 2 Phobies. So that means that it's effectively an attractor pull by forcing you in. And given the tight constraints of this tiny map, you can easily jump onto whatever A Markin commits with and then blow up those keys. But right now, there's no way for A Markin to actually get at the attractor. So this is even worse. Not only do you have the attractor, or the fake attractor pull if you dive, you have the real attractor pull because you dove. Or after you dove. Ooh, oh, maybe not. Now, again, unicorns everywhere. Unicorns out here for Eternal. That's a dead bachelor. I mean, by trap, it probably is. I do not, this is, remember, level 1s. Level 1 unicorn, 500 trap damage. You can see it down here at the bottom as well. And that is exactly 500. Bachelor is not the phobia I would have chose. Any other 1 key, just about. What? How is there no trap there? This unicorn has been on the board since the goddamn Cretaceous period. This unicorn has been out there longer than great whites have stopped evolving. That sentence was really weird, but I was trying to allude to the fact that sharks have basically been the same for a very, 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 very long time. Like in French, vive la bachelor. So we get a boss, the big man, the boss man. So in fact, the bachelor goes down. It goes down to fire damage, so no dimensional pull. So here's the question, like, where does A Markin go from here? If there's no trap here, I'd be stunned. I'd be stunned. So that's scary, because that means that, like, probably all of this is lined with traps at this point. So the panic point advantage is now in favor of our blue player, and notably, our blue player also has a key advantage overall, thanks to the heavy investment of the boss. Why does that matter? It means that Shadow Force can't simply trade 1 keys in. Shadow Force can't simply trade 1 keys in. Ooh, we're getting the investment in the Innoculus. Now, the Innoculus here is a little vulnerable because the boss can jump in and go, you're fired here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. This is super dangerous because that's a gonzo that's going to juice up this boss. 0 keys remaining for our orange player, with 3 for our blue. Chad, who's up for some barbecue? Yo, who's hungry? Who's hungry? Because I can tell you the big boss man. Big boss man, what do you think, Chad? I think the boss is a big fan of ribs and shish kebabs. What do you think? Anybody else feel that way? Because I get that sense. The man is a walking grill. A walking inferno, really. An oven. Now, here's the thing. Shadow Force cannot just easily retake this center point. If Glob was it, yeah, Glob loves hanging out with Boss, because Glob is perpetually hungry, right? I actually posted that short up on YouTube. I gotta pull the clip of me screaming om num 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 and make that a channel point redemption. I did see Onda comment on it because Onda missed that from the live stream. Boss is a fan of Hyper Eaten Dragon? Yeah. Nom 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 nom. I don't know if anybody else has seen those YouTube videos where it's, well, they're shorts, but it's somebody, it's a video of like their dog, right? And their dog just running around and playing and then eating and stuff. And then the voiceover is something to the effect of, I just discovered that there's an actual term in psychology for when you have insomnia and instead of sleeping, you just eat. Or like when you can't sleep at night and you just eat instead. It's called insomnia. And of course, it's some cute dog, so it's hilarious to me. We're back on dogs, and my puppy still doesn't want to hang out with me. So Panic Point Advantage, blue, staving off defeat. Chat, we're watching a wild, wild series here. What is Shadow Force's position? Like, you can go in. You could juice this and actually light all these up. You will lose the boss. But that might be beneficial at this point. I mean, you're doing 800 to each of these. Shadow Force feels that that's not good enough. It's just not good enough, chat. Now, admittedly, Shadow Force has roughly another 6,000 turns to decide what they want to do. I need more water. I need to get more water, chat. After we finish this game, I'll probably do that, take a real short break, and then we'll jump into more games. A little hydrate action. I can't. I'm running out. I ran out of fluids. I'm out of coffee. I'm out of water. Oh no, Shadow Force? I don't know. Shadow Force is not in a terrible spot. It's just going to be rough to try and make it happen here. Was the boss Gonzo play an overcommitment? Get a little chomp action going. Get a little chompage. So there is the potential for a couple different plays here with the Gravedigger. Because you can send if you position the Gravedigger appropriately, and it's going to be tough to catch a Markin with this, but it is possible to send in the Gravedigger and then set up a yoink off of the Gravedigger obstacle. It's also possible to set up You're Fired, because I think you can target the obstacle with You're Fired, thereby spreading the fire, but keeping a line of sight block. So there are still a number of plays available to Shadow Force if a Markin gets lazy, if a Markin has a lapse in judgment. I love Boss's horns, chat. You think Boss has eyes? Or is it more like a xenomorph? It just senses you. It doesn't actually see you. Boss just senses you. There's something about zooming in this far that makes the game look fun. Boss is a red Venom. Well, Venom still has like the white part on his head, right? To me, so the boss model in game feels like it has more of a nose than the artwork does. Like here, it's clearly supposed to be a forehead here, right? But in game, that looks more like a nose to me, like it has more of a snout. All right, so we do get the block. This is kind of cool because it prevents the Inoculus from getting a good hit here. Or, I mean, you could obviously adjust. I think there's an argument here to aggressively push forward as Shadow Force. Hey, what's good, Eric? I think there's an argument here to aggressively supplement this push. Whoa, maybe not like this. Oh, okay. Wait, what? Oh, all right. For a second, I thought it was going to target the unicorn. I'm like, what? I think this is exactly what Shadow Force needs to do. This is going to die. This is in position. This is in position. There's just not enough damage from a Markin to actually kill anything now. I think this is the time that Shadow Force was waiting for. I was gonna say, like, you have to juice this. There's no way you kill it otherwise. Now, you're still in really rough shape. As a Markand, I mean. But you still have 3 keys available. It's probably a Murder Wing. Maybe Cassowary into 1 key if you want multiple bodies. I'm not sure of any other 3 key you want. You could go Jar. Ooh, the Muffin. Oh no! No, a Markand must have ran out of time! Oh no, not like this! Oh, that's brutal! No! You don't even need to hit this, the fire's gonna do it. Actually, it won't unless it gets hit. How much would this have healed? It would have healed 550? I think this would have died anyway. I think the Crushmore dies anyway. Yep, we're watching live games. The top 8 of Fright Night. And this has been a great series. That's the ball game. Shadow Force with that aggressive invade and realistically putting the team on the back of Boss and Gonzo. GG. All right, so we're going to jump right into another game. All right, chat, I'm back. So we got BTD and Hakune winners in the round of 8. Eternal Monday is here. Let me check and see what the bans were looking like. Just give me 1 second. Was it this one? Okay. So we had a ban on The Floor is Lava, The Once Lore, Lights Out, and Phobopolis. The pick was Ergo first, and then now the pick is Eternal Monday. So we got 7 keys, well, some of them getting spent here. 9 keys total remaining for our blue player BTD. Another newcomer to Fright Night. So again, shout out to all the competitors. If you're interested in playing in Fright Night, hit up the links in the description here or ! Discord on the live stream. And as always, likes and subscribes do help, trying to hit 1,000 subscribers on YouTube. But Hakune has, this is a, yes, Shadow Force took that game, Big Shi. This is a unique facet of Hakune's gameplay. We do have the boom, which is kind of a staple, where Hakune loves to set up these, oh, I have 5 Phobies on the board? Actually, I don't. I'm going to detonate my boom. But 14 keys, Hakune has recently really fallen into this pattern of ensuring that there's a lot of keys banked. All right, Onda, that's fair. Yeah. Pro tip. Detonate your boom when you are max Phobies to then surprise your opponent. Wait, I need an OBS extension so I can get pro tips to pop up periodically. So we're trading back and forth here. The key advantage is, I was about to say heavily, but it's, we'll just say plainly in favor of Hakune. Panic point advantage as well. And of course, with this boom here and some readily available terraforms, there's some setup here that allows for Hakune to make some interesting things happen. Now, I disagree. Well, no, not really. Given that the terraform for Hakune is live, you can't realistically have Gravedigger go in, claim the point, and then block here. This block on this space, or flip to the other side if you're coming from the player 2 side, is something that's cool to do, but it is, excuse me, it is somewhat problematic in this scenario because you can just break it, double hits with this, boom, and we are seeing a boldly aggressive push from BTD. Boldly aggressive push because all 3 of these can connect right now. Are we going to see a monster boom hit here, chat? Remember, all level 1s, so these Phobies are not necessarily pushing the damage that you see on ladder. They may not have the HP that you see on ladder. The relationships between the Phobies are different. So we'll get the boom detonation. That results in a dead Stabby, but it is a triple panic point advantage for our blue player. Trading Gravedigger and boom for Stabby and Snowball seems fair. We get a Bachelor to replace and stem the bleeding, and of course we get supplementary forces. 9 to 8, that key bank that Hakune had, it's burning up. It's burning up. I don't know about this cowbell positioning. Like, it just straight up didn't need to take this damage. It could have been here and still accessed all of the tiles. Like, there was no need to take this fire damage, I don't think. The only thing it couldn't have done is gone to take this point and then hit. Which, I don't know that that's going to come up, truthfully. But similar to the other games that we were watching, and what most people, I think, run into on ladder, is you get into these one-key trading wars. But you have to be cognizant of who's going to ultimately win it. If the game continues in the vein that it's doing right now, and neither player really overcommits, they don't invade, they don't do anything out of the ordinary, Hakune will come out ahead. They have more one keys on board to trade, and they have more keys. So that means that they can ultimately take the game by just recapping panic points. We'll have to see if we can get to Master Dark. So the point is that BTD is now going to be forced into a position where this Innocuous and whatever the remaining 4 keys that are going to get utilized need to do something. And by something, I mean, it's going to have to be an aggressive invade. At this point, for example, Hakune could just slam a Hevo 3.0 and go to town. Will I review Tiny Terrors games if they get submitted to game reviews? Yes. DT has submitted a number of Tiny Terrors games already, namely the finals and some of the other ones, I think, on the way. So here's the thing about this spa. You can immediately slide up here to heal. This is a safe attack, and I think Hakune just second-guessed themselves for a moment, thinking, oh, well, maybe the jar or something could reach, but that is not true. So thanks to the spa, able to heal up to full and then tank the Bachelor hit. Remember, it took a little bit of damage earlier. Wouldn't have been enough to kill it. Combination of the Stabby hit and then the Bachelor dimensional damage. But we're once again seeing a panic point advantage go towards our orange player. The real big question is, again, what are those 9 keys going to be? I don't know that a Hevo 3.0 is the appropriate answer, but it could be. The reason being is that it's just a big, enormous threat, and there's not a whole lot from BTD on the board to fight it. But I think I like this particular line more because it's very easy to lose a game that you otherwise would have won by simply committing all of your resources and putting all of your eggs into one Phobie basket. That is the Hevo, that is the Smother Mother, that is the Chuck. Or if it's 8 keys, you know, you get the idea, so on and so on. Because you just simply get less actions. The more Phobies you have, each Phobie gets 2 actions a turn, right? 2 moves, 2 attacks, a move and attack, an attack and a move. But if you have less Phobies, you get less actions. Now, clearly, Evos and things like that make up for it by having all these other special abilities, bigger stats, blah, blah, blah. But you can lose games because your opponent has quantity, more Phobies can collapse on them, eliminate the big threat, and keep pushing. So instead, we're seeing the Electric Cat come out, the Cowbell come out from our blue player, from BTD. But time is on Hakune's side right now. There is a panic point advantage for our orange player. Again, they have the key advantage. They already have the 1 key, so when this comes out, it's going to get blown up by a combination of these. Now, this is an already damaged Bowmangles. So it is going to be interesting because this Cowbell could hypothetically go in and live. because you're only going to get 520 damage out of the jar hitting the stem since it went to go heal. So that means that you can't cleanly remove it, and if you advance the bow mangles, that means that it's going to be vulnerable to this inoculus. Chat. Oh, we're getting something cool. We get a Tiny Tim. This is one of the new anniversary Phobies that was just released not that long ago for the 1-year anniversary. I love the animations on this. Well, he's like, I'm blocking. It just looks so cool. So this is a palette swap, and obviously slightly different animation of Moly Bully. Its ability is Peekaboo. While it's underground, which it is right now, it takes 50% less damage. But we get a little Tiny Tim action. Shout out to all my Muppet Christmas Story fans. Or Christmas Carol. Whatever. You know what I'm talking about. See a Tiny Tim on the games you sent in for review? All right. So we do get the hit here. Now, here's the thing about Peekaboo. For people who aren't familiar, because this is a new Phobie, it's only the damage reduction while it's underground. And it does 475 damage, which means, guess what? This jar could just be dead right now. Probably not going to happen, because then the Tiny Tim will go down from, like, a murder wing coming out. We haven't seen one thus far. And then the combination of the other hits. But if this Tiny Tim attacks, it will then become or move above ground, meaning that it's exposed. It no longer has the damage reduction. So it can definitely cap points and tank a lot of damage. If it starts out with like basically 3,200 health. But it is not ready to go yet, and it instead retreats across the board to try and heal up. Can't really blame him. It's already down to 1,000 health. Well, 1,090 overall. The numbers start changing because of the relationship between above and underground. But I think the Tiny Tim is a really cool play here. We'll see if it works out. Obviously, this cat is going to go down, but BTD did not have a 1-key ready to go. Meaning that this panic point will remain orange for another turn. Now, because of the aggressive retreat here from the Tiny Tim, that means that we are not going to see an invade here, or most likely not going to see an invade, because we can't get on these other Phobies. Wait, 1, 2, 3, yeah. There is a snowball available from our orange player, but they're not going to be able to get into range to hit the inoculus. And the supplement, the final Phobie from our blue player, is Cassowary. This is a pretty scary force here right now. I'm not a huge fan of the Muffin as opposed to any other 1-key, but we do in fact see a Bad Omen. That is the final Phobie out of our orange player. Hakune has put in some work as of late with Bad Omen. In my opinion, one of, if not the best 2-drop in the game, but it's an ultra rare, so we don't see too many of them popping up. We did have the opportunity when it first released to get the Bad Omen bundle, where it provided Bad Omen as well as a bunch of other goodies, but I'm hoping that we see more of these going forward from the dev team, because I like the idea of players being able to say, yeah, I just want that Phobie. I really want to add that to my collection and offering in the store. And again, I'm part of the content affiliate program. They give me stuff. They don't talk to me about that sort of thing, but I hope that we see something like that in the future. So after the heals, we're at 1490, not quite 100% health for the Tiny Tim, but we're getting some repositioning here. This is an exceptionally beat up Bow Mangles. But there's no way for Bow to die this turn. 3,000 health. Whoop, clicked on the wrong thing, to 3,000 health. It's actually dead even for the moment. This is going to be very tense. 4 Phobies to 4 Phobies. The healthier Phobies are on the side of our blue player. Our orange player is just debating exactly how they want to do this. They do have a little bit of time, but I can kind of feel the panic from both players as compared to the A-Mark and Shadow Force games, where it felt as though we were very much just dragging, not dragging, but players were being super duper patient, very much willing to go into very low heart anxiety levels. Here, I'm getting the sense, and maybe I'm misreading the situation, but I'm getting the sense that people are They're stressing a little bit, which is very fitting. Very fitting. So we're getting the staging here. Obviously, Cassowary on level, 425 damage, only 420 damage for the jar. This is very salient. And as mentioned earlier, there's a lot of elements to the game that are somewhat masked by ladder due to level disparities. When you're playing all level 1s, such as in Fright Night, the relationships between phobies manifest more readily. So we're seeing a push-up with this Tiny Tim. The issue here is you can get double hits here, so that's... well, it'll be 425, because remember, the damage is halved. This is going to do 220, so that's 600. This could hit, but it would end up on lava. Oh, we're just getting the heart push, chat. This is a great play from BTD. Or it's not. Never mind, it was a terrible play. Or it's a great play. I don't know. Are they going to do it? They are, in fact, doing it. So we get the break here. We're not going to see the invade from the Cassowary. It's actually capping the panic point. Hakune is under an enormous level of pressure here. An enormous level of pressure. And I don't know that they can claim this back quickly enough. 960 health. The Bow Mangles is effectively not in the game as the same with the Bad Omen. I guess the Bad Omen can go up here and power down the Cassowary temporarily. You can body block with this. And then you cap the point here. But 960 health. This is going to be some number of dead phobies. It's just a question of which ones. Clearly the Bow Mangles, because you could leap and walk away. You can hit it with this. You can get some repositioning here to be aggressive by doing this. Yep. Actually, that would have been... would that have been game? Well, it's game anyway, because you kill this, recap the point. I think that's the ball game, folks. I think that's the ball game. The aggressive push. GG. BTD, our blue player, takes it down. Well played. So we're actually in game 3 between Shadow Force and A. Markand here on Phobopolis. We have another Akira game. Oh, getting a ping here. Just gotta double check some stuff, Jack. Give me 1 second. Whoop. All right. So they're on to game 3 of BTD Hakune. Yes, we do in fact have the Hevo trio. We got Hevo 1, 2, and 3. Anda is back. Welcome back. So the Akira is available. For those of you still in the dating game, I guess Akira is still available. The Akira poll, yoinks, is up. Terraform is down for both players. Gonzo is available for both players. Shadow Force, a very similar force to what we saw on the like and subscribe game, but erratic is one of the differentiators. And clearly it is very relevant in this game, given the combination of, well, a lot of mechanicals and Akira. This is big and scary because the game is... if there's a decent Akira yoinks, the game is just over, right? And I mentioned it earlier, but I lost to Shadow Force on this very map thanks to Fire Ant, not Akira. You'll be amazed if Shadow Force can win in this map with Akira. I'm not sure why. Akira's good on, like, every map. Now, admittedly, there isn't a big AoE-er, it's a weird thing to say, such as Hevo 3.0, sort of. You have the Fire Ant combo, as Chad is pointing out, absolutely. You also have the Erratic combo, where either of these, if you can get the appropriate Akira yoink, you can still, yes, you'll probably get less hits, but we don't know how long this Fire Ant has been out there. There's actually only been a Cowbell eliminated and a Cowbell eliminated. Each player's only lost a Cowbell, so here comes the yoinks. That is likely a dead Crushmore. The only question is, how does it die? And right now, there isn't really a good way for a Markin to punish this. While this may seem like a frivolous play or usage of the yoinks, this may be valuable enough because this is just going to die to fire. That's just a free Crushmore kill. Panic point advantage, blue player as well. Now, yeah, you don't want to block there because this gets 2 hits, although I don't know that that particularly matters. 2 traps will pop. There probably will be 2 traps. There's probably one up here because the Fire Ant was hanging out here, and there might even be one here. All of this just simply cuts off parts of the map for a Markin, going to corral them, corner them into particular positions, and just push them out of the game. Now, a Markin was able to pull a stunning upset, I will say. Not necessarily because of the players involved, but because of the Akira on like and subscribe. Was able to push through the Akira, eventually invade and take over the game. We'll see if that happens here. I think this map is actually really good for Akira. All right, chat. What maps are bad for Akira? Ooh, that was a lot of traps. Uh-oh. All right, brief bug. Brief bug. We're okay. So we're getting the Hevo going in, juiced up, getting a massive hit, chat. This is kind of like what I saw yesterday. It's just a lake of fire. It's the 7th circle of hell. Getting the huge AoE going down. Get the takedown there on the Gonzo. Not quite a takedown on this Fire Ant, though. We do get a Charon! We got a Charon, chat! Chat, we didn't start the fire, but apparently has always been burning. Somebody cue Johnny Cash. I fell into a burning ring of fire. The Charon, the fireman of the Phobies universe. Little Charon action. Yeah, let's get it. Let's get it. So we're not getting the invade. I don't know about that one. Wait, did this not get juiced? So the Gonzo is still... Oh, no, the Gonzo, it did get juiced. It did get juiced. We just didn't get the boop. Okay. Okay. I don't hate it. I do love this Charon, though, chat. The question is, Charon or Honey Bear? Which do you think would have been more effective? Honestly, I'm leaning towards Charon because of the movement. If you have Honey Bear gumming up the works here, in addition to Gonzo, and then trying to reposition your other Phobies when you don't have Terraform available any longer, because remember, only 1 key left and 0 keys left. The players, they gotta win with what they got. But time is on Shadow Force's side. Shout out to all the people who saw the movie Fallen. And yes, I know that song is not specifically for the movie, but time is on Shadow Force's side here. Panic point advantage. Of course, if another Yoinks comes down, it's probably going to be catastrophic. And it's going to be very, very difficult for a Markin to invade here. Not impossible, but very challenging. You can't even boop this erratic away appropriately. Say you invade, and we have to assume that there's a trap here too. You can't necessarily go in boop. Well, now you can, because I was going to say this is going to prevent the erratic from most likely getting displaced and unable to connect. But now you could hypothetically go in with the Evo 2.0, boop these out of position, which is, I think, exactly what we're going to see. So now the erratic can't connect. You get some free damage here, air quotes free, and there's no Gonzo juice. So you're going to get 1, 2, 3, possibly a connection with 4. And there may be a trap here. There is a non-zero chance that this Hevo just dies. Playing it a little safer, this is a great play. You don't get the panic point, but it stabilizes the panic points. It stabilizes the panic points at 2 and 2. It buys you more time to figure out how you want to proceed with the rest of the game. 5,800 health to 5,200 health. Chat, this is some super high-level Phobies. This is some great high-level Phobies. We get Numbskull, who, believe it or not, featured prominently in the like and subscribe game. It made a big difference. It was a big deal. Numbskull shows up and goes, I'm kind of a big deal. I have many leather-bound books. So we're getting the thinking person's game. We're getting the cerebral activity. You can almost smell the smoke from all the gears turning. No, that almost sounds insulting. I don't mean it that way. But we're getting a lot of internal debate between the players as to how they want to proceed. This is a tense situation. It's all on the line. The winner of this game will advance to the next round. And who do they meet? I've already forgotten because we've gotten so deep into this. Whoever wins this game is going up against Smiley, another perennial power, another regular at the top of both the leaderboard and the top of many Fright Night events. So it doesn't get any easier from here, chat. It does not get any easier. Players are absolutely making use of every second of their timer. And in fact, we did see it come back to bite A. Markand in the previous game. Although I don't know that it would have mattered in that game. The play that they appeared to be going for, I don't know, gets them out of jail. It's not quite the Monopoly get out of jail free card. Oof. I'm so excited, chat. I'm losing my voice and I haven't even been casting the whole event yet. I don't know what the hell this Numbskull is doing, but it obviously, well, I do know what it's doing. It can't go through this way. So the mud goes away at the start of A. Markand's turn, I believe. Point being is that this point will never be available to Shadow Force ever again, unless A. Markand allows it. The problem is that the longer this game goes on, that means that Gonzo is now active and Yoinks is going to be available next turn. Now, what I would like to see, and what will probably happen... No, it can't. I think A. Markand needs this Gonzo where this Hevo is. For this reason. You can go in next turn and dive and eliminate the Gonzo and beat up the Murder Wing. Possibly kill it, because then you could supplement depending on where the rest of your forces are. You need to keep the Charon somewhere around here. So what I would have liked to have seen was keep the Charon like where Hevo is. Hevo, Gonzo... threaten the Gonzo, or threaten the Hevo going in to kill their Gonzo, which ultimately none of this mattered anyway, because Shadow Force backed off appropriately. But I do like the more aggressive posture from A. Markand, threatening the fact that, hey, if you get lazy, I'm going to punish you for it. You're not going to get any freebies here. Now, that being said, Shadow Force is also representing a threat here because this Akira is going to pull Erratic here and pull a Mechanical forward. There are still plenty of terrible things that could happen. The other issue here with the Charon being in this position, it now can no longer reclaim or stabilize this panic point. So you're going to take a little extra heart damage, but again, 5,200 health. One shot of it is not a big deal. This is bold. 850. So not really in danger of dying. Obviously, there's no trap that's going to go down due to Charon. So this Hevo will get hit twice from Murder Wing, get hit once from Fire Ant, get hit once from Jar, and can get juiced. I don't think this could have died. 7, 12, 13, 15, 15, and 19. It wouldn't have died, but you could have beat the crap out of this Hevo. Because the Murder Wing would have ended up here. The Hevo would have ended up here. Fire Ant started here, I think, so it would have been pulled here. Still would have had to move. This would have had to move. You would have lost the Jar. And you wouldn't have killed the Hevo. So I guess that's fine. If you're a Markand, aka don't do it if you're Shadow Force. There are so many things to track here for both players, because now Terraform, and probably has been for a couple turns now, is live, which can absolutely screw with the yoinks. You have Gonzo live. You have however many traps are out here live. There are an enormous amount of things for each player to track. And whoever puts the first toe in the wrong position is absolutely getting it hit with a hammer. Just the hammer is going to come down and wallop whatever toe happens to be put out of line. Think about that visual. Or don't, because if you're squeamish, you probably don't want to think about that. It's gross. It's going to get messy, chat. This Akira, I mean, we saw the earlier... What in God's name just happened? I mean, I know what it was, but, like, that was weird. Super psychedelic. Evo 2.0 will die if Akira moves forward and pull. Yes, and I think this is the aforementioned toe. 1,000 damage each. My favorite visual bug. Down goes Evo 2.0, and down might go a Markand. There's no easy way to get free hits on these things anywhere. You will get a bunch of damage if you splash here, but again, you will be in range of erratic. It will no longer be juiced, but yeah. Good old erratic, the power of Gonzo. Gonzo's pretty good. I've heard some things. Whether it's with Boss, it's with Hevo, or in this case, apparently Erratic and Akira. Gonzo tends to deliver. Gonzo tends to deliver. So we've seen just about every phobie that people complain about as, oh my god, these need to get nerfed. The Gonzos, the Bosses, the Attractors, the Akiras, the Hevos, etc. But we've seen a wide variety of other phobies that you don't typically see as well. Fire Ant doesn't come up a lot. Even things as simple as Numbskull and Charon. I think the Charon was a great idea here, but ultimately not quite enough to take the game. Well done, Shadow Force. GG both players. I'm surprised Fire Ant isn't used more. I hate playing against it. I think it's just a matter of it being an ultra rare, truthfully. There are some phobies that my hypothesis is they would get more play if they were not an ultra rare, because then not only would more people have them, but they would be more likely to get upgrade cards. So if I were to get Fire Ant tomorrow, I'm probably not playing it for like 6 months because it just won't be at an appropriate level to be relevant. I often see it on Phobopolis, Opticon, and Vile Vortis. I mean, that makes sense in all those scenarios. All right, so Shadow Force is confirmed. So Smiley and Shadow Force. So the Hakune game. Oh, there it is. I didn't see it live, chat. I missed it. We're in game 3 here. I believe it's game 3. I'm like 90% sure it's game 3. Could be wrong. But Hakune and BTD slugging it out here on like and subscribe. I mentioned it earlier, but just for the sake of repeating, we do have a map ban system in place where there's a series of bans and then the other player gets to pick the maps. And obviously one of them picks who goes first, who goes second. The interesting thing here is that yesterday, during all of the Swiss rounds, between all of the players, and again, we started with almost 30 players, we're down to our top 8 now. Out of all the players, no one banned like and subscribe. And then not only that, no one picked like and subscribe. I posted those map statistics and the charts and stuff into my Discord yesterday. And I guess maybe the players took it to heart because we've watched like 5 games today alone on like and subscribe. It's interesting how that works out. But Hakune here with an interesting full disclosure based force, we'll say. A panic point advantage. It's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 phobies, including a resurrect. So we'll say 5.5 to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 phobies and a healing phobie, including the oft maligned Stairmaster. The Eye of Sauron itself, that does not seem like where you... Well, I take that back. So 0 keys for either player. And I was going to say this seems like not where you want it to be. But the reason why you want this here is something's going to have to step on this stim in order to punish this aggressive Klepto positioning. And given the... Ooh, these are some calculated advances from Hakune. This Inoculus will not die to Daisy on the stim. Only 725 damage to the 800 health. This Klepto will be at 700 damage, which means that this is only going to be 1100 onto this Klepto. The Stairmaster will punish said Klepto invade, and we have the yoink available from the Attractor. Now, what I expect to see here is that we're going to get the Stabby onto this center panic point, which is going to yield some challenges for our orange player. Because, of course, if you kill this, you have to be careful about how you kill it. Not only are you taking the damage, but you're also going to take the dimensional damage. So we get the damage going down here onto Stairmaster. We have 2 turns away from the heal here. And all of a sudden, Hakune's position is looking precarious. Burning a lot of hard health, but still 4,000 available. Get the takedown on the Daisy. I assume Clinico is going to kill this. But that means that you're going to lose both the Clinico and the Inoculus. Because this can kill Inoculus, this can kill Clinico right from this position. We will get the takedown here on the Klepto, but that means that this Stairmaster has been left out to dry. I get the sense Hakune may be second-guessing some of these moves just because this does not seem to be... When you observe the games and you see players just, they immediately commit to something. It's like, bam, oh, you did that? I'm doing this. And you know that they were just waiting for their opponent to make that move. In this case, it seems a little more cautious. A little more restrained, where there is the potential that there's going to be a massive undo this turn. I do like this aggressive Murder Wing play. Clearly the Quagmire can kill the Stairmaster, but it's going to have to invest 2 attacks, so it does not move. The Attractor remains with its yoink available. We probably get the takedown here, but now the Stabby has to choose between these 2. And it's probably going to come down to either Klepto, Murder Wing, Attractor versus Quagmire, Inoculus, or Klepto, Attractor, Inoculus versus Inoculus, Quagmire. Now, this makes sense, I think. 75 health, so this probably dies if it tries to connect with Stabby. Now, remember, panic point advantage for our blue player. Our orange player has to commit into some very, very dangerous phobies with some very, very long range. I was wondering if Hakune was going to see this. I think the better play is to do this. Willingly sacrifice this. Because otherwise, you're not going to have the damage output. Now, you could just body block here. But I think the answer is you allow the Inoculus to come in. If it does, you blow it up. If they don't, then you have kept all of your forces alive. But these are some paper-thin aliens right now. 5 health on this Phobie, chat. 75 health. It's possible that Hakune doesn't have enough health on these Phobies to make this happen. So if I'm in Hakune's shoes, I split these. I cap this point unless was there a trapper at some point? No trapper. Gesundheit showed up at one point, which is unique. And then you can slide this attractor down so that way you snipe this. Your opponent is going to have to step into range with the Quagmire. You'll get 2 hits. But that may not be enough. Remember, it's healing at 300 damage a turn. It's going to be very difficult to run this Quagmire down, even though you have the panic point advantage. It's possible maybe this beelines for the heart. Well, you have to eliminate this on the way. So you can tank 1 cycle of Quagmire hits and live. So you could get 4 Klepto hits before you die. Which would be 1,600 damage. aka not enough. So instead, we're taking the juiced hit here. I can respect that. If I were BTD, I'm going down and claiming this point, I think. I feel like BTD has got this unless something weird happens. Because this is going to be an 1,800 health. Ooh. All right. Hakune thinks they can win the race here. Can they? This is a lot of arithmetic to have to do very quickly. 2,800 health to 6k. 800 a turn versus 600 plus the 800 here. I mean, Hakune's already committed. If this doesn't... Ooh, maybe not. So panic point advantage, but not... That was some quicker arithmetic than I could have done. Hakune says there's no way that I'm pulling back in order to stop this, so I'm just going for the heart. 5k to 24k. Or 2.4k, not 24k. That would be a lot of heart health. That's like 3 large maps worth of heart health. Blue player is getting it. Going in. It's going to take 3 turns. The 3rd turn will be lethal. I think BTD has got this. Unless they do something weird. Unless I'm... No, that's... I think I've miscounted the amount of damage from the panic points. We're going to find out shortly, because neither player can actually interact with the other at this stage. They're just punch and face. 26 to 1,200. $24. So you get 1 more set of attacks here, Hakune. But not quite enough. Not quite enough. Well played. Wow. GG. GG. Well done. So we're jumping in here once again. Oh my god, there's a Doom, chat. Chat, everybody's pulling out all the tricks. We got a Doom on the board in Shadow Force versus Smiley. So bans were Coolrophobia, The Once Lore, Floor is Lava, and Lights Out. Like and subscribe was Shadow Force's choice. This is amazing. Just updating the bracket here. So our first finalist is, in fact, BTD. There is the potential that we're going to have a new Fright Night champion, somebody who has never won a Fright Night up to this point. BTD tearing through some serious competition. Some serious competition here. But we'll see whether Shadow Force or Smiley is going to meet them in the finals. These have been some spectacular games, chat. I hope that everybody out there is enjoying the live stream, or if you're watching on YouTube, that you're having fun following along at home as opposed to in my home, which would be weird. That'd be real weird. I hope you would tell me if you just showed up in my house and walked in. That'd be real weird. I mean, I'm not opposed to guests, but like, why would you just show up in my house and not tell me? Makes me very uncomfortable. Well, I'm glad. I am glad. I am in your walls. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You're lucky we're not doing major work on the house, because then those walls might not be there. Is there a phobie that counts as, like, a monster in the walls? Would it be Heartbreaker? Heartbreaker's probably the closest, because in my head, I kind of picture Heartbreaker as, like, the boogeyman, right? All right, so we did have a, nonsense aside, we did have Doom ID a trap. Shadow Force has displayed an incredible level of foresight for trap placement, as far as finding places that people would not expect to look for traps and getting them there. But Doom, chat. Doom. Yep, I got the result, and congrats to BTD as our first finalist. As mentioned before, we're waiting to see who our second finalist will be here. This is game 1 of this series. Let me just double check that I'm not speaking incorrectly. Yes. We're a little off schedule. Not like we're running behind or anything, but just because we had some of the games obviously finished before others. And due to the bracket nature, there's no need to make everybody wait. Plus, I don't want to drag out everybody's day. I know it's Sunday, and I know people are playing, thankfully, from all over the world. We have a ton of people from all across the globe playing Phobies, which is awesome. It's always cool to see. It's always fun to have. But understandably, some people are living in the future compared to where I am time zone-wise. So as a result, it's much later than it is for me. And I'm exhausted anyway, chat. I've exhausted my coffee. I can't reasonably have more coffee, or I'm going to be way too shaky, and I'll never go to sleep tonight, even though that's hours and hours and hours and hours away from now. We, of course, will have another live stream tonight. We're going to do regular viewer game breakdowns. And tomorrow we'll have some variety action. We got a new game. That we showed off a little bit last night. But that is a story for another time. In the meantime, we're getting the buildup of forces, a little bit of a one-key trading war, still tons of keys of both overall available as well as particularly banked on these turns. Getting some fairly standard phobies. We haven't seen too many Hematic Ginstings, honestly, at all as of late, but even within these games, the noise the Ginsting makes is adorable. Like the weird, like, cooing noise, I guess, for lack of a better way to put it. I don't really know how to describe it. Now, we do have the Gonzo available here. We've seen a number, like, when I say one-key trading war, we're seeing a lot of one-keys. The creep is hashtag questionable here. I don't really understand the creep here. Like, at all. I mean, I guess you can hit their Gravedigger, but it's not lethal. It's not going to be lethal. Unless the Gravedigger gets hit by something else. Speaking of something else, there are now 2 splash-related phobies. If you love going to the pool, you're going to love Hematic Ginsting and Klepto, because they both involve the word splash. So there's clearly a very clean, very obvious, and very strong connection between Hematic Ginsting / Klepto and pools, right? Like, everybody sees that connection there. I'm not just talking out of my ass. I'm mostly talking out of my ass, chat. We do, in fact, see the Klepto 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 phobies, because Sock Acid, another phobie that doesn't make too many appearances, but it is a 1-key. It's clearly going to get splattered all over the walls. Whether it's raid or other pest removal solution of choice, in fact, the spider goes down. If you have arachnophobia, you don't have to worry. You only have to worry about incendiary ants. Which, I don't know. To this day, I'm baffled on how fire ant got its name. I mean, I get it. Fire ants to fire, it kind of relates. But, like, on what planet does this look like an ant? I'm not sure I want to know. Like, this is some Starship Troopers level bugs. This thing looks more like what a cat coughs up. And somebody, like, I don't know, are cat hairballs flammable? I have a lot of cat people in chat. Do I want to know if someone's tried to burn cat hairballs? That has to smell terrible, right, chat? That cannot possibly smell good. That has to be absolutely atrocious. There's no world in which that would smell good. It's probably a bad idea in general. But anyway, hairballs and weird insects aside, we're getting, once again, somewhat of a standoff. The standoff is broken by a tractor. 9 keys remaining for our blue player, 10 for our orange player. Panic point advantage, blue. Did ID another trap? Doom putting in some work here. Does it really matter? Doubt. Gravediggers are available for both players. I have to give the advantage to Shadow Force here, both on the back of the attractor as well as the fire ant. That great, you know where my traps are. You still have to interact with them. Information is absolutely valuable. Information is incredibly valuable. But you still have to interact with the traps. And if you send in that Doom, it's dead. You have Gonzo, you have Lobs, you also have the Terraform, which means that these two could connect with it if so desired. So how does Smiley get out of this, chat? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's an Edgar Allan! Woo! Chat, we're getting spicy. Chat, we're getting spicy. We're going to get a little bird bath action because you always want to be clean. You got to stay clean. Got to stay clean. Little bird bath action. And speaking of the splash, see, this is all on theme, chat. We got splash in the bird bath. And maybe, just maybe, this is how Smiley gets out of it. Now, admittedly, most players have a lot of time to plan. Splashing in the bird bath, exactly. 6,600 health to 5,800 health. There's still a lot going on. But is the splash in the bird bath going to be the play that makes the difference? Because right now, you still have, like, look at the long range on this. You have to go so far. Okay. So this is just a quick snipe here on... Okay, I like this better. Supporting this push makes sense. Because otherwise, this is just overextended. It'll get one hit on one of these and then get blown up. But you're going to get hit... So if Smiley bird baths, it's 500, because remember, it's 100 damage to everything on the board, your side. 5 and 4 is 9, and 5 is 14. Not enough to kill this, but you absolutely kicked the snot out of it. I hesitated, and that cost me the match 2 times. We only got to see part of your game, Akune, but those were great games, and it came right down to the wire, so I 100% believe you that a singular play difference probably completely changes the face of those games. Those games were too close for that to not be true. So we get a little crustacean action. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Phobies. We're getting some repositioning. I don't anticipate the bird bath or invade this turn, but it could be on the docket very soon. The problem is that Smiley down to 3 keys, 5 for Shadow Force. They're going to have to figure out a way to be in position and not get blown out by the attractor yoink. This seems fairly safe right now, but you're still not doing a whole lot yet. Because you want to set up this bird bath, but until you have to inch up and hope that Shadow Force steps out of line. And with the ability to cross this map, just about, you can go from here, 1, 2, 3, 4. You could be on the panic point and hit something here from this position with Clobster. I know it's supposed to be lobster. It looks more like a crab. Nature's carcinization or carcinization. This is one of those words that I read, but I never heard it said out loud. The principle for people unfamiliar is that nature has on multiple, real life we're talking about, on multiple occasions evolved to the apex organism that is the crab. Multiple different biomes, crabs have evolved, where nature just said, hey, you know what? That was a good idea. Let's do that again. It's actually hilarious when you think about it. That on multiple occasions, nature said, you know what? The pinnacle of evolution is the crab. So we get crabs. Well, hopefully not, but, you know. Anyway, so Clobster here, there's my digression for the moment. And if you don't believe me about that, go ahead and look it up. You can look it up. Ow. I was walking the dog yesterday, chat, and the wind blew really hard and blew something like directly into my eye, and it scratched the hell out of it. But for like the last day, my eye has been driving me insane. It still feels like something's there, but I don't think there is. I think it's just, you know, I got poked in the eye with something, so it feels bad. Hashtag feels bad, man. So, there are a number of unique things that could happen here. What would I like to see? Given that the terraform is now broken, there is the potential, and the Doom, what's the range on this? Sight range of 2. So we can't see here. We don't know if there's a trap here, but there was a play to like go in and terraform here to block this stuff out. You would lose the Gravedigger, but maybe you could collapse to try and defend it. I don't know. We do get the advance here, poison onto the fire ant, but with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, that means that in 5 keys, Muffin's available, Clinico's available, there's lots of things. Hashtag feels bad, man, it does feel bad. I assume we're talking about my eyes still, and not crabs. I haven't had any, like, crab or lobster in a very long time, chat. I don't eat them very often. I'm not a big fan of seafood. Like, salmon is about the only fish that I personally like. I don't mind lobster or crab, but I wouldn't eat them all the time, and obviously it's expensive. So we're getting a weird staging at this point. Obviously, there's always the threat of bird bath. There's always the threat of bird bath, just trying to stay on the periphery, out of range of this attractor. 5k health left on the heart, so we have, you know, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 more weeks of this game before it would get decided by panic point damage. And of course, we still have 5 keys and 3 keys remaining, so there's still the potential for a lot of that to go down. Yeah, you actually have to hit this with the fire ant in order to ensure that the creep dies. You could reposition with the Gonzo as well and kill it that way, because I don't think that there's an effective way to off the Gonzo. I forget whether we said 1,300 or 1,100 damage with the bird bath with these, but only this would actually be able to connect with it if the Gonzo inched up to here. And I don't think that's a valuable situation. So we do get the Muffin chewing through one of the keys, but offering up, of course, 2 keys in the form of the creep. Sure. That's a thing you can do. This Innocuous is like out of the game for 2 turns. In order for it to, well, 1.5 turns, because it would go a full move, then 1 move, and then, I mean, it could possibly interact after 1 turn. Like the second turn, it'll move 1 turn, and then the next turn it'll be able to interact. Terraform is not available, so you can't get an immediate break into Yoink here. So the advance, the aggressive positioning here is reasonable, but you can get a juice to make this... Wait, how much? 700? Not quite enough to kill this, but it would make it retreat or something. I imagine Smiley's kind of waiting on a Clinico or something similar. But we haven't really seen the Edgar Allan do anything. Granted, it only really has to do something once, but this is similar to what we saw when A. Markin was able to take down the game on this map against an Akira, where the Akira waited so long to try and get something rolling, to get an effective setup, that ultimately, by the time it did, it was not as meaningful as if it burned it earlier and got like two mediocre ones, two mediocre yoinks, or in this case, two mediocre bird baths, could be better than a singular spectacular bird bath. Or even a singular good bird bath, I guess would be the better way to put it. Like, we might get a decent bird bath, but if you only get one off the entire game, it may not be worth it. So we get the Cassowary to supplement the forces. This could just die due to Juice and Fire Ant. Actually, what am I saying? You could go here. You could just snipe this. And I don't think you can punish this. Well, you could probably with Bird Bath. So this is 700 right here. Plus this kills this. But then you'd be trading Fire Ant for an Oculus. Probably not worth it. Terraform will be back next turn. We still have Terraform available for Smiley. But Smiley has been patiently advancing their forces, advancing their team, getting into position. And if you notice, Shadow Force has been giving ground. A little bit here, a little bit there. And now they're kind of tucked all the way up here. Now, admittedly, one of those phobies, part of the forces is a tractor. So you have this huge area that you're covering, this huge circle around it. So even if the attractor's tucked up by the heart, you can reach pretty damn far. Even here, if the attractor is backed up one more space, it could still interact with this panic point. So it's not like Doom Doom can just sneak in. And then between the 4 keys that are available and the supplementary forces, plus, of course, Gonzo, you could just blow up the Doom Doom or whatever happens to be there. Taking every last second and ultimately choosing a very defensive posture. Arguably. Picked out another trap. Now keep in mind, this Terraform is live as mentioned, so this can go up, pop this, and then voila, we're getting yoinks from the attractor, magnetized specifically, not yoinks as in Akira, and womp womp, there goes your forces. Uh-oh, where'd your forces go? They disappeared in a puff of smoke that was generated by a tractor. This is ballsy because that's probably a dead Doom Doom. All right, they second guess it. Or not. Because that Doom Doom could have gotten yoinked and there's no real way to... well, there are ways you could threaten it. This is also dangerous because... okay. I was going to say it's dangerous because a yoink on the Doom Doom means a yoink on the Inoculus, so you could hypothetically snipe both. Here's where, and people have made this argument before, you could make a case for Doom Doom healing when it eats a trap. I don't feel like that would be overpowered. This is fine. But, like, I think all 4 of these are going to swing down this way, and you're not going to be able to catch them. Because I think what happens here is the attractor comes down, it yoinks, you juice this, and then the combination of these... actually, this can't reach, so you'll have to commit Snowball or something. But you can kill this Doom Doom. And the dimensional damage is going to be somewhat anemic. It's only 300 damage. I mean, it's fine. And it may not get displaced because of fire damage. Shadow Force is taking it rather slow, really debating here. If Doom Doom got pulled onto a trap, will the trap explode or will Doom Doom still eat the trap? Doom Doom's trap absorber, disarm an enemy trap without triggering it if it is standing on at the end of your turn. So it would not disarm it based on that wording on your opponent's turn. Which means that it would go off. That's an interaction that I had never considered before this moment, Nanda. Based on this wording, the trap will go off. How bad is Doom Doom? Oh my god. Oh my god. That's actually ridiculous. I wonder if that's how it works, because we have seen in the past some slight wording differences, some slight wording questions that have come up where that might not be true. This would be probably the most egregious example of the wording not doing it, doing what it says. But based on that, it feels like the trap should detonate. You think Doom Doom would eat the trap if pulled? I would expect it to, but like, if somebody asked me and I didn't have Doom Doom in front of me, I would say, yeah, it has to eat the trap. There's no way that it wouldn't work that way. But based on this, it specifically says your turn. So I don't know if that's a discrepancy with the card, which is what I'm betting, or not. Do we need to test it? I mean, it would be good to know. What's hilarious is if that works the way it's worded, that makes Doom Doom so much worse. But at the same time, if it works that it eats it on either turn, it doesn't make Doom Doom that much better. It's this weird relationship in my head. I don't know. Descriptions have been wrong sometimes. Yeah, it comes up periodically where there's like a minor thing here, a minor thing there. That's why I think this would be the most egregious one that is wrong. Maybe it's working as intended that way. I don't know. I mean, it would be working as designed, we'll say. Whether that's working as intended are two different things. But in the other cases of descriptions being quote-unquote wrong, it's a case of it's a complex scenario, a complex ability, and therefore the description isn't necessarily wrong. It's just difficult to word it in a way that everything is easily understood. Here, it just comes down to, well, either it works this way or it doesn't. It's very binary. So we're down to 3,800 health, 6,600 remaining, but again, Smiley is pinning Shadow Force into a particular position, but now it's like hardening their forces into diamond. If you dive this, you better be... If you swing at the king, do not miss. You take a swing at the king, do not miss. I need more water, chat, but I can't step away from this. The game is too tense. Slammerhead! Oh, I was gonna say, like, what? That had to have been a misclick, I guess. Like, I don't know what Slammerhead does for you here. Well, I take it back. Slammerhead has an enormous amount of HP for a 4-key, if I recall correctly. So it's super tanky. And our honorary, one of our many honorary good boys could have been a big threat. But I think, yep, there is a trap on the center. I don't think anybody felt otherwise. Okay, timeout. I think if you're doing this, you go for it. You're not killing this without Birdbath. I think if I am Smiley and I'm going in like this, I'm Birdbathing. You swing Klepto here. You send in Hematic Ginsting, and you get these. Because that's 4 and 5. Yep. Chat, it's happening. I think Smiley sees it. I don't know if this is good, but if you're going for it, you got to go for it. Like, this is a dead Fire Ant. And it might not be dead. You have to go in with everything else. No, don't Birdbath and don't do it. Okay, okay. And then you go in with the Klepto. That's enough damage. And then you just back all your forces up. And it's like, great, you attractor pull me. You don't have a whole lot. Now, granted, there is a live Gonzo. As in, the Gonzo ability is up. Yeah, you have to go there. I think you do move both this and Edgar in. Like, you get up on Shadow Force here. Oh, no! There was a trap! Not like this! The Shadow Force with these traps. The one trap that Doom Doom doesn't see/eat. Oh, this could be brutal. Klopster goes to the stem. I mean, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. I think if you're going for it, you still have to do this. You just kind of have to hope that there's not a trap there. I don't know what alternative you have. So this goes down. This probably goes down. Ouch. 7 for 12 is not a trade you really want to make. Actually, it's more. 14 for 12. Or for 7. 19 for 7. I guess this invade was ill-advised. Brutal. Brutal. Klepto, Hematic, and Cassowary for Fire Ant. And possibly Doom Doom as well. There are too many undos. Shadow Force is just trying to figure out what the most efficient way to do this is. I don't disagree with the aggressive push. I think Shadow Force is just really good at putting traps. Get a little numbskull action. There were several numbskulls over the course of this event. So this Doom Doom is in fact toast. I don't know what... You can't kill this. Like, you can't kill Gravedigger and Snowball. You don't have enough damage between these two. I don't think. Unfortunately, that's not enough. It's short by 50 because lol. Get an invade here to go in on the Innocuous. I don't hate this idea. It is a 4-to-1 panic point advantage, but there's still 5,100 health on the heart. Like, you're not killing this thing fast enough. I would be interested to see... Okay, we're getting a Muffin as the final Phobie. Heals the Doom Doom. I can respect it. You gotta keep some bodies on the board. I think the Russell, or the Edgar Allan, rather, lives... This could die if we get a Klopster Burrow. But we're going to get the takedown here on the Innocuous instead. Which makes sense. 3-to-1 panic point advantage. And the question is, can these two race the team? And I don't think that's possible. Certainly not with the Gravedigger dead. I think there's just too much Shadow Force at this stage. Too much Shadow Force at this stage. I don't know that we even saw the Fire Ant up here at that point, at any point when we were watching the game. So I think it's a matter of... That must have gone down much earlier. Or maybe we did and I missed it. So it's Doom Doom and Edgar Allan versus the world. Burrow is down. Yoink is live. So you could move in, like, to this side, Yoink, get double hits with Numbskull, get double hits with Gonzo, get a hit with Clopster, and if that doesn't kill it, it's damn close. Or you can reposition the Numbskull, that works too. You're not going to kill the Numbskull, it's only 600 damage from Edgar Allan. Yeah, old chomp action. We almost saw Edgar Allan take it. But Fire Ant traps from 1,000 years ago. Little hydrate action. I think this one's over. We can call it. I'll run and get some water, chat, and then we'll jump into the next game once the players are ready to go. But GG, well played. Be right back, chat. Let's see what we've got. So Smiley elected to go with this map. Let's see what pocket strategy they happen to have in order to take this series back. Down one game with Shadow Force taking the like and subscribe battle, Phobopolis is now the new battlefield. An interesting start here. We often see Snowball to the center on this map. The reason being is that, well, you can claim this center panic point and then back off. But instead, both players are electing to go with Murder Wing. So those of you out there struggling with Phobopolis, two high-level players here duking it out. Got to take notes. So shout out to all the new Phobies players as well. We picked up a couple new players during the stream last night. People that were, you know, they just happened to stumble on Phobies and said, hey, this looks kind of cool. We kind of sold them on it. And again, I am part of the content affiliate program, so they do give me stuff. I did warn them about that. But shout out to everybody who's new to the game of Phobies, checking out tournaments here. If you want to join up for Fright Nights or help shape up Fright Nights, hit up the Random Thoughts Discord. I do have a feedback form both for competitors as well as spectators, or even people that are just interested and want to help shape the future of events, so that way I can help tailor them more appropriately to what the community wants to see. We're doing Arena, we're doing Level 1, we're doing single day events. Well, this is split across 2 days, but we played Swiss in one day and then the top 8 in another, as opposed to doing like async spread out over a series of weeks or something like that. There are a lot of different formats. You know, we're running Swiss, cut the top 8. It could be just Swiss. It could be single elim. It could be double elim. It could be something else, like group stages, that sort of thing. It could be a variety or combination of any of these things, but without knowing what people like or dislike, it's kind of difficult to, you know, do what people want. So let me know. There's a Google form in the Discord for people to leave their feedback. In the meantime, similar to what DT is saying, another Fire Ant versus Hevo game. I think you're probably correct. I think that's a reasonable expectation on this map. Obviously, Phobopolis, similar to Vile Vortis, similar to Opticon, similar to the Big House. They are, in fact, a lobber's paradise. They've been living most of their lives living in a lobber's paradise. To parody a famous lyric. We do, in fact, see Hevo and Fire Ant assuming the position. Their respective places of power on opposite ends of the map. Panic point advantage blue. We'll see how long that lasts. We obviously have a 1 key here to reclaim, but as we've seen among many other high-level players, it's kind of fruitless to just sacrifice your 1 key, because that cowbell is just going to come back in and reclaim it anyway. The priority needs to be removing pieces from your opponent's side of the board, then reclaiming the points at a 1-0 panic point advantage, which is effectively what a 3-2 is, and with 8,000 starting health, like, we're not talking a very fast clock. It's not a very fast clock. As I mentioned earlier, chat, I'm pretty tired. I also haven't eaten yet. Did have coffee, but I have not eaten. And we see our first Terraformer of the game. Now, we did see a Doom Doom in the last game. And honestly, I don't think the Doom Doom was insignificant. It ate 2 traps. 1 didn't really matter. The other one did. Now, ultimately, Doom Doom completely whiffed on the other traps. And those are the ones that close the game out. But a Doom Doom here probably would be useful. If nothing else, it allows you to have a way to invade, as well as scout for traps here, in this concave, your half of the map, which are the ones that really can blow you out. Now, based on what Shadow Force's positioning was last game, I would anticipate that this side is going to be littered in traps as well. And given how early this Fire Ant is, Smiley needs to do one of two things. Either come up with a solution such as Doom Doom, or as we saw before, Charon, or Tickles, or just sacrificing keys. Gotta clear the traps out. 2, find a way to eliminate Fire Ant, and I'm going to go out on a limb and say Shadow Force is not going to allow that. 3, get an enormous panic point advantage so that Shadow Force has to commit into you, thereby you can blow up some of the Phobies. 4, some combination of those things. Which, yes, let's list every possible eventuality. But there's really not a great way outside of those things. I was going to say, this feels like an overly defensive position for the Jar, because the Jar cannot be one-shot by this natively. However, there is a Terraform available, so the question becomes, does Smiley block here? Or do they elect to break one of these? And there's an argument to just break the block and then pop the Jar. You would get hit once from this, juiced up Jar twice, and then Fire Ant. So we do, in fact, see back-to-back Doom Doom games from high-level players, chat. They said it couldn't be done, but Doom Doom has made 2 appearances. We'll see if this one goes differently than the first. Because while the first step in making the phobie relevant, making the phobie good, making the phobie important, is to play it, the second step, of course, is to do something with it. And we haven't quite seen... We did see some significance from Doom Doom earlier, but not quite what we need. Now, bear in mind that this Gonzo is live, 300 damage buff, so 520 damage, threatening any potential phobie, just any of the phobies that Shadow Force wants to hit. Obviously, we're going to get a replacement here from the Cowbell. Cowbell is going to take a little bit of friendly fire, so the Cowbell is going to get, in fact, cooked, one way or the other. The break here allows for some more aggressive positioning from Smiley, but keep in mind that eventually there will probably be a trap here. But the Doom Doom does mean that, guess what, those traps probably aren't going to be there for very long. You should be able to clean up most of the traps relatively safely, with the exception of the fact that, of course, Gonzo and Jar can pop Doom Doom, and then an invasion from, say, Murder Wing means you're trading Murder Wing a 3 key or Doom Doom a 5 key. Dad, I really need to hydrate up. I don't know if you can hear it in my voice, but my throat is starting to get hoarse. I absolutely have had way too much caffeine over the last 2 days. I've been trying to cut back my caffeine intake, truthfully. I don't drink coffee or tea if I can help it during the week. And the problem is then I overdo it on the weekend because I'm like, it's the weekend. I'll have some extra coffee. You know, it's okay. I can be up a little later. And it's like, I think it would be better to just spread it out rather than instead of drinking, say, 1 cup of coffee a day or something and spreading it out over a week, I'm drinking like 5 cups of coffee in 1 day. And that's probably way worse, right? I think that's way worse. I don't actually drink that much, but I don't know. I'm blaming it on that. I'm certainly drinking it in lieu of water, and that's not good. Drink your water. It's very important for a variety of reasons. There's an enormous list of reasons you should drink water, as opposed to anything else. But anyway, we do have our first Doom Doom spot of the game. Finds the fire trap here. Unsurprising that it was there. As you'll notice, most higher level players will in fact... Okay, I guess that's fine. Most higher level players will in fact put traps not on panic points, but in other places. Plus, the AoE nature of Fire Ant is, just incredible. So this Gonzo is a little out of position. It's unable to either connect with the Fire Ant or the Jar in order to juice it. Only the Fire Ant would be able to get 2 hits anyway, whereas the Jar would get 1. I mean, the Jar could get buffed by the Gonzo, but not in position right now. Now, something I would like to see, and I've had some success with on this map, is Boolean. Out of either player, realistically, because you can sit there with some of these Phobies, chip away, set up a bunch of healing spas, heal stuff off so that you can whittle your opponent's forces down, and they are going to have a much more challenging time of making something happen. So the Gonzo's all but taking itself out of the fight for a little bit. We do get the singular hit going down onto the Doom, which now that I think about it, is probably what happened in the first game, because it was specifically at 1400 health when we saw it. Out of the 1800, that would indicate a Fire Ant hit plus 2 turns of fire. So, or 1 turn of fire, rather. Because it's 300 damage plus the 100. So we probably ate a trap and then walked away. Getting the build-up of 1 keys here, we're clearly going to get the trades back and forth. As of right now, there's no way for Smiley to effectively have removed the opposing Bachelor, so we're going to get these trades here, like I said. I don't think the Fire Ant was ever in position to lay anything on the center line or up higher, so these should be safe. But we're getting a supplement to the forces of Smiley with Noxious. Flyers are actually very relevant here. Okay, we're not getting Noxious, but to complete the thought, Flyers are relevant because you can't trap the obstacle tiles. Plus, of course, there are tons of things that are worthwhile poison targets. Maybe not tons, but 3 out of 5 because I'm ignoring the Bachelor. We can't get our infamous Giraffe Bachelor due to, we're not pausing the game. Because these are, in fact, live. Mentioned it earlier, but it's one of the newer features that were provided by the dev team, so shout out to the devs for all the improvements, and, of course, the game. But one of the newer features is you can watch Frenemies game, so we're able to watch this game live as the players are playing it out, which is really cool. It's an awesome feature. It's definitely really fun to watch these games, trying to get into the head of players. It does lend a different feel rather than watching it from replay. And don't get me wrong, I love replay features to be able to go back and examine things and really put things under the microscope to look at details. But there is something to be said for the ability to do this. So we get the trade out here of the Bachelors. Contortio will replace. I imagine we'll get another 1 key from Shadow Force. 9 keys available, 5 extra beyond that, 14 total to the 14 from Smiley. What are these things that are floating around Doom? It's actually going into Doom's eye here and coming out of Doom's armpit here. We don't know where this top row is going. It looks like they're coming out of the 3rd eye here. I don't know, does Doom have eyes on their back? It looks like it, yeah. It looks like there are eyes or some sort of orifices. Getting weird. It's getting weird. Get a little weird, chat. That was way louder than I intended, but I'm having difficulty controlling the volume of my own voice due to a number of factors. I'm wiped, chat. I really need to eat. We still have the finals after this. We still have the finals. So we do have our other finalists waiting, the winner of this game, BTD, a newcomer to the Fright Night series. Oh, what are we getting? Ooh, that's a cool play. Cool play. We get a little challenge play action. I don't know if I like it because of the Gonzo. Clearly, there's no trap where this block just was. This is probably a dead Hevo, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Phobies. Once the Bachelor dies, that is. Yeah, I don't think that invade was worth it, because I think that Evo is dead. 3, Well, you could just move up with this and hold the cooldown and do more damage. So we'll say that's 850 plus this rolls up. That's 1250. 1470. 1870. Because this would be here, so I could roll up here. Alright, this makes more sense. You have a protected Hevo. There's obviously no traps here. Smiley has a pretty decent setup here, and you're getting chip damage onto these Phobies in the absence of something like Bluelian, or of course other healers, but Bluelian allows you to spread out the heals more thanks to how long the spas last, and the fact that you can just swap Phobies. It allows for you to get that incremental advantage, whereas here, I mean, until we see a healer, all that damage is permanent. But 13 keys remaining to 14 for Smiley. Shadow Force still has plenty of options. Panic Point Advantage finally flips. 7,400 health to 5,800. It was clearly in favor of blue longer than orange. But we do have a Contortio ready to get involved. The Boop cooldown is down, as is now Terraform. I do like the breaks back here. It allows for more arrangement possibilities, similar to how these are. The difference is, of course, this is more aggressive from Smiley because you're pushing forward, whereas it's more defensive from Shadow Force. Either way, it's fine. You could make an argument that maybe Smiley should have been breaking these, but there's more time. Gravedigger will come back eventually. Idea being that the Fire Ant can't play, it's not going to be able to place a trap back here, but it could place traps here. You know, like a trap could end up where Hevo is. Presumably Doom will eat it, but, you know. Speaking of eating it, we were going to briefly see Erratic, who was able to put the hurt on a Hevo 2.0 earlier, but instead we're getting the resident big bad of the event. I think this is the first Fright Night where competitors really had access to Akira. And Akira does come down, and thanks to the early terraforms, there's a lot more ways that things can get hit with yoinks. With no Boop available, no Gonzo for Smiley to truly set up the punish. Gonzo still live from our blue player. I have to imagine that this is a dead Hevo? It's possible that it's not. It's possible that it's not. So you yoinks, you juice. Edgar Allan, attempt number 2. Smiley is determined, chat. Smiley is determined to make this work. And honestly, I don't hate it here. I didn't hate it on the other map. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Maxed out from Shadow Force. 4 keys remaining. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Maxed out. 1 key remaining from Smiley. Very similar setup to the like and subscribe game, but Akira is a big difference. It's like, if you pretend Akira's not there, just put your thumb on the screen for a moment. Maybe not if you're on a phone, because, you know, touch screens, but is that beneficial? Yeah, you have to move, but I don't even know that this is good. Okay, never mind. Gonzo gets 2 hits. You can get a meatball, but because you're maxed out on Phobies, you can't, like, supplement with a jar. Not that you could anyway, the jar is here. You get a hit from this and this. Instead, we're going to go for the beat stick onto here. You can absolutely kill this. You will have to sacrifice some forces to do so. But down goes Hevo 2.0, and that is a big deal. Now, the body block here is important. The body block was chosen to go up and stop the Hematic Jin Sting from laying into Akira and or Gonzo, and honestly, this looks not great for Smiley all of a sudden. You can Bird Bath here, but that Klepto is out of position. It's only going to get a singular hit. You'll get 2 hits with Doom Doom, or 2 hits from Murder Wing, 2 hits from Hematic Ginsting. Like, you're just not getting a lot of connections. But we do, in fact, see the Bird Bath go down. This is interesting. Choosing to go back here. Not quite enough damage to kill the jar, but you will get it. Or at least you have the option to get it. Little Bees action to clear out the Contortio, lay the beats here on Gonzo. Gonzo goes down. I don't think you can leave the jar. So here's the cool play that I think might be valuable. You actually intentionally send the Murder Wing onto the trap. Yup. And then, no, not the jar. You don't need to hit the jar. You don't have to hit the jar because the splash fire will kill it. No, not like this. You can meatball something else. What was the jar at? The jar took 250 damage of... It took 250 damage, so it would have had, like, what, 170 left? It would have died to the fire. It would have died to the fire. You didn't have to hit it. The fire would have killed it. Then you would have had the meatball connect onto this. So imagine this thing only being at like 300 something health. Or you hit this and it's down to 700 something health. I think Smiley just wasn't thinking about it. Obviously. I don't see any reason to not do that. And correct me if I'm wrong, chat. Correct me if I'm wrong, YouTube. Let me know down in the comments. But I feel like that was a missed opportunity to spread a little bit of extra love to your enemy's team. Now, the question is there a trap down here? The Fire Ant was here for long enough that it is possible that there's a trap here. Murder Wing will pay for its sins. Muffin was the final phobie from Smiley. And we get one of the Jackalopes. Flopsy in particular. Why does this matter? Resurrect. The phobie quantities are dropping very low. Remember, this is going to be gone and this is going to be gone. So it's Hematic Ginsting that will be healed, but still damaged. Edgar Allan, Doom Doom, who's damaged, and Klepto versus Akira, a Resurrect Phobie, Crushmore, Fire Ant, Cat, and something else. And I believe, yep, Muffin is still available for our blue player. So not hitting the Fire Ant is actually a humongous deal here, because if this was at 300 something health, it's just dead to the Klepto right now. The Klepto goes in and snipes it. It is possible that there's a trap here. It's not impossible that there's a trap here, which would result in some problems, we'll say. Doom Doom retreating. So, blue player cannot cap this point and the center point. They're going to have to choose. Notably, there's not a trap down here. I think that was a gamble, and I think we were watching Smiley hold their breath through the internet, we'll say. Ooh, Crushmore goes up here to claim the point. And Akira will be back in 2 turns. This, if the Jackalope does not... Well, it wouldn't matter if it blocked here, because you could hit it with Jin Sting, and then this can go in. There can be a big multi-hit here from Edgar Allan. But the combination of Edgar Allan and Hematic Ginsting is not enough to kill the Crushmore. Or the Akira, for that matter. But it matters because then the retaliation is going to be pretty ugly. So the forces for Smiley are kind of split. Obviously, thanks to this invade and thanks to the extra keys, both in the form of the cat and this AWOL that's coming down, it is entirely possible for Shadow Force to reclaim panic points and safely. They have time, 5,800 health to 5,800 health. It's actually evened out to this stage. Chat, I'm going to have no voice left for for game reviews tonight. I have no voice left. These games have been wild, and I can't wait for the finals. So we get a numbskull instead. We've seen a lot of numbskulls in the last few games, chat. I don't recall seeing too many yesterday during the Swiss rounds, but there have been a number of them this time. All right, just checking a couple things. That's why the sound's cutting out. There is no setting right now, to my knowledge, for Phobies to continue playing sound when it's out of focus. So anytime you hear the sound cut out like that, there's not an issue. It's just I'm checking Discord or other things, make sure that we're running along smoothly. So obviously this body block is actually kind of cute here because it prevents the cat from going in, maintaining a 3-2 panic point advantage. The problem is that this Doom Doom could take some pot shots or a pot shot from the Fire Ant, but it would die on retaliation. A combination hit of the Klepto, because it's going to have to go here. You're not going to put the Fire Ant here, because Klepto could hit it immediately. Combination of Klepto and Doom Doom results in a dead Fire Ant. Unless the cat were to body block here. 3, 7. This would actually tank the hits of these two. But here's the big clock that is ticking. If you could hear that tick, 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 or if you've seen the movie Predator, you're looking at the wrist gauntlet of the Predator at the end of the movie, listening to the diabolical laughter coming from, you know, the central alien of that series. That Akira is now live again. And some bad things are about to happen to Smiley. Some really bad things are about to happen to Smiley. I think this is a dead Edgar Allan. No, maybe not. So notably, I think this Jackalope actually reanimates with more health than it had right there. But I guess it doesn't matter. I don't hate this play. I kind of like keeping the bees, because the bees doesn't really matter. So if you yoinks here, you're not necessarily going to get a whole lot out of this. You can send in the Jackalope. It resurrects at 125. It actually will heal by 25 health by doing this. Now, the problem here is the Akira can come down here and yoinks this way, but this is a very healthy Klepto. So you can, like, hit this twice for 800, 1200, yoinks, and then it doesn't matter? Maybe it matters? Actually, I don't think it will. Because you're going to be here, I don't think it'll pull it around the curve. So you'd have to, like, put Akira here to yoinks this forward. This is actually way better. Alright, you have to move the numbskull first. Yep. That allows you to get a numbskull connection. I don't think you want the Akira there, though. There's still a lot of AoE available. The Jin Sting is going to eat it as a result of this if this yoinks actually does come to fruition. So Doom Doom is actually the... Okay, it's not the target of choice. It is because Cat will take it down. That allows this to safely escape. Sort of. $10 health remaining here. So clearly that dies. This feels like Smiley is in a winning position here. Because without, that being said, without the Doom Doom, there is some number of traps that are now never going to be discovered except the hard way. You're going to learn today. We do get the Edgar Allan here to eliminate the Crushmore. Cat goes down. And getting a free shot here down onto the Fire Ant. Remember, all damage is permanent at this stage. No keys available for either player. 4,400 to 5,800. Panic point advantage is still orange. Are you going to take the panic point with Edgar? You've got to kill the cat. It's just a question of whether you want this panic point. Yeah, I don't know that you can send Edgar in. You're down to 3 Phobies. There are 4 for your opponent. One of them's Resurrect. So it's just going to become a challenge to actually kill that thing. Now keep in mind, Birdbath is live. So if you can get things into position to connect multiple times, you could snipe some Phobies. But this Numbskull has 1,000 health. And of course, Resurrect is going to require hits and movement. But chat, there's the potential that we see a Birdbath finish on the heart. It's unlikely, but it's not impossible. So Shadow Force reclaiming the panic point advantage here. I honestly didn't hate the Klepto to here play. I don't really like the dimensional damage here. But I don't know that you have much of a choice, because taking the dimensional damage here might not have been good either. So this is a 1,300 health Akira. You can kill it, I think. 7, 12... No, you can't. Wow. You're going to be 100 damage short. 100 damage short. Now remember, Akira, aside from Yoinks, which is bonkers enough on its own, also has an AoE base attack. I don't like that. I think you should get a hit here. Unless you're fearing a trap here, I think you need to soften this up. You don't have enough Phobies, and every missed action like this is dangerous. Like, I guess this concern is that they're going to invade and take this point, but if they do, you can blow up the rest of their forces, I think. I don't think this does anything for you. I think you'd be better off softening this up, and in this position, again, assuming they're not fearing a trap, you're in a much better position to hit anything. Like, if they try and invade, okay, you can still cover this point. If they come up and attack you, all right, I'll blow up your dude. It survives by 5 health, but you got stuff to supplement. We actually get the full retreat here, and we're going to get a little bit of splash from this Klepto. I wonder if this is a bait into a trap that's here. I don't think the Fire Ant was in position after the whole Doom situation in order to make that happen, but this is an invite from Shadow Force to come at me, bro. Okay, so the Numbskull repositions, which makes sense, because otherwise you get a little splash from the Klepto. You can still do it. I think it's more likely there's a trap here than there is here. Alright, so Akira's just pulling back. Actually, no, Akira would have gotten a hit. There's too many undos for me to see exactly what was done, what was missed. So you could get a little bit of splash, which is relevant. Splashing onto the Fire Ant reduces it into range to get 2 shot by any of your other Phobies. Either 2 from one or 2 hits from something else. So assuming there's not a trap here, you could be in good shape, but this screams there's a trap here or a trap here, or both. Now, honestly, I think this is this a dead Klepto? This is 320. 720. 1120. If there is a trap here, this is a dead Klepto. And there is not enough damage from these two Phobies in order to defeat the rest of the forces Phobie to Phobie battle. There is not a trap. Smiley, the aggressive play. Chad, are we going to see a third Yoinks this game? Because Yoinks is about to come back up. Yeah, this is not a dead Edgar Allan. And given how far Shadow Force has been pushed back, this is going to be difficult to fight out of. Because there's AoE from both sides. We had AoE from traps, AoE from Akira attacks, AoE from Klepto, AoE from more bees, and from Edgar Allan. Oh, by the way, Birdbath. Live. Come at me, bro. Birdbath means that this die... Well, this would die because it's already been damaged to 2 Klepto hits. This can die now. Can be killed. It'll depend on how it's done. What I would say is probably not Birdbath. You just kill this, walk on it, walk away. So you kill this, and then say, you need to come to me. And you have Birdbath, and you have ranged. The problem is that you're going to get yoinked onto this trap. Yeah, this is kind of what I was thinking. Where are these other traps? That is going to ultimately be the question. A yoinks here is still good. Like, a yoinks is a dead Klepto. Because you get an attack, you're going to get the trap. The trap is representing 150 and then another 400. You could yoinks from here and AoE these two down, hypothetically. Chat, this game is wild. These are some wild games. Alright, so we get the attack going down here. The extra hit from here is going to 280, 130. So this will die. This will die. Now remember, Akira's dimensional, as is Edgar Allan. So there is going to be extra damage coming down. So down goes Klepto. We get a... Okay, I don't think Birdbath is worth it here. Is it? So yeah, I think you go for this. If your opponent stays, like, they try and kill Edgar Allan, they're probably just dead. I don't think the Birdbath matters. So the risk here is if there's a trap. And I think splitting your forces is better so that you don't worry as much about the trap. Then you have this right on top of the Fire Ant. Now, that being said, if the Fire Ant ever walks into range of the Hematic Ginsting, it's dead. And Panic Point advantage is orange, so I mean, Smiley's got to have this, right? You could walk back here and hit the Edgar Allan, but then you die. You could try and run, but they're already on your heart and have a life advantage. You could go here, but you're dead. This has to be checkmate. I just don't see how Shadow Force goes anywhere. If there were traps here, game is completely different. But there's not. So, ball game. GG. Tied it up. Tied it up, chat. Going on to game 3. Just checking to see what players are selecting. I mean, we're going to find out quickly enough anyway. All right, so Shadow Force is selecting Ergo. Smiley's going to lead off. We're going to see a game on Ergo. What a game. Chat, we've seen 2 Akiras lose today. Today alone. Absolutely incredible. The plays from all of these people. So who won? That game? Smiley. But we're into game 3 now. And we saw an Akira yoinks, what, 3 times? There are 3 ways how to beat Akira. Here we are. After seeing Smiley take down Akira, the map is Ergo. Smiley versus Shadow Force. The winner of this game will go on to face BTD in the finals. You got to put it all on the line here. It's do or die. It's single elimination here in the top 8 of Fright Night, number 6. As always, shout out to all of our competitors. Shout out to all the spectators. If you're interested in playing in Fright Night, hit up the Random Thoughts Discord. Link is in the description, or if you're watching here on the live stream, ! Discord. You can find a link for that if you're watching this on YouTube. Also in the description. Thereabouts the like and subscribe button. Help me out trying to hit 1,000 subscribers on YouTube. Of course, I am part of the content affiliate program, just putting that out there periodically. Phobies team does give me stuff for producing Phobies content, including these tournaments. So we're getting unique openers, typically, especially as of late. We've been seeing a whole lot of Gravedigger on this map. But instead, we're getting Cat Unicorn into Murderwing Cat. We also did not see a Snowball, which is a more common opener, but we do in fact get a Gravedigger to supplement the forces of Smiley. So how aggressive does Shadow Force want to be here? As we mentioned in many of the previous games, including the one preceding this, we did see the patience, the methodical positioning and actions of every player. They aren't frivolous with just flinging 1 keys to cap a point for a single turn, only to have it recapped by their opponent who is in a better position. And as I say that, we're seeing something similar happen. Now, we'll probably get supplemented forces. I mean, of course, the Unicorn's already in position to take down this cat. This is only leveling out the panic points. So the question is, does Smiley want to really throw this 1 key away? And we're getting a Stabby. Given the Gravedigger, this makes sense. It also, of course, matches the opposing turret in Mangles on the other side. Hey, Luffy, with that gifted sub. Thank you, and welcome, DT. Shout out to both individuals. Welcome to this lunatic circus that is Random Thoughts. Much appreciated. Chat, let's see a little love. Let's see a little love. Maybe some bees. I know you got them channel points. A little chomp action. Let's burn them channel points. Shout out to Luffy. Thank you. Say cheers, but it's weird to cheers with water, but sure. You need your channel points? Do you? Do you? I've still been debating decreasing. I keep forgetting to decrease the channel points to for some of the redemptions. I think most people, when I first put them up, people had a ton of channel points banked, so they burned through them like, I'm sitting on this bank, and they just lit them all on fire. So we do not see the Murderwing go into off the cat in conjunction with other efforts. So still remaining an even panic point setup. We're getting a max out on forces from Smiley. That'll lead to a 5-key bank. 3 keys available for Shadow Force. No bank yet. Gravedigger finally came out, but still has Terraform available. It was not burned initially. So the cooldown is going to be extended a little bit further. We do get the break here. This is not uncommon, as mentioned earlier. We're getting Gravediggers on either side so that players can get more surface area, get these turrets into action, have better angles in order to remove the opposing forces. Either structure and invade, defend the panic point advantage, whatever happens to be the case. And we're now seeing the setup for a 1-key trading war, 1-1 for both players. All right, just answering some stuff on Discord there. Like I said before, chat, if you hear the sound cut out, nothing's wrong. It's just because I'm shifting focus momentarily. Obviously, this is the primary focus that I have at all times is Phobies. I'm not going to lie, there are other times I focus on other things. I wish I could focus on Phobies all the time. I wish I could, but real life demands otherwise. So, in the meantime, we of course are getting the trade out for the 1 keys here. We'll get the cat replacing it. 5 keys available for Shadow Force, but 8. 8 for Smiley. We have seen Doom Dooms. We have seen Edgar Allens. We have seen Akiras. We've seen Hevos of every variety. We've seen Fire Ants. What are these 8 keys going to get sunk into, chat? What are they going to get sunk into? 14 keys in total compared to the 14. So we are even there, but a slight advantage, of course, for our blue player due to the way that these 1-key trading wars are going down. Chat, I hope everybody out there is enjoying this live Phobies action. Again, shout out to the dev team for the Observer feature. There's still a list of other things that I hope get implemented, but this is a pretty cool one. This is a pretty big addition. We get our second boss, at least that we've seen, of the top 8. Now, the previous one did yield a win. I believe it was actually for Shadow Force. Yeah, it was Shadow Force into a Markand on Lights Out. Of course, the boss was supplemented by Gonzo. I have to imagine that Smiley is anticipating that particular eventuality. So the question is, what is Smiley going to do with 11 keys now? You have 11 keys, and you're staring down the big boss. What's the answer? Obviously, you spread out a little bit. We get a... Chat. Dozer. Dozer. Dozer is how Smiley thinks that they're going to take this game back. I have to imagine Shadow Force is reeling a little bit. A little bit stunning here. Now, here's the problem. We're about to see a cool play from Shadow Force if they go for it. If they go for it. Yeah, I get a little oh no in there. Smiley's bold today. I was debating, are we going to see the namesake? Are we going to see Smiley as the answer? This is a small map. It would be very easy to say, oops, I tagged the Smiley and then my boss is diseased. But one thing that could happen here is the Gravedigger can go in and block here with Terraform and lock out the Dozer hits. But instead, we see the push in the north with boss. So here's the thing. Will Unicorn tank it out? There's an argument here to say put double hits on the boss. Send in Stabby for another 375, so this is 1,600 and change? The boss can walk... Oh, there was a trap there. Softening up the bow mangles. There isn't enough in range to really capitalize. So we do, in fact, see the retreat here. I don't necessarily agree with this break. I don't agree with this break. The reason is I think that there's more value in terraforming in the near future, somewhere in the middle, but maybe not. There's also the issue of the fact that this terraform is live. This terraform is live. Exactly, Luffy. Being able to watch it live as opposed to strictly doing it from async replays is wildly different. It's definitely really cool to be able to see what's happening as it's happening. It lends a different feel. It's the same thing when I watch sports. I don't really watch game, like, obviously I watch highlights or something, but I'm not really watching the games. Chad Devs helped us love the game. Exactly. Exactly. So we're seeing the full retreat from Shadow Force in order to purge the damage that was inflicted on boss. Bow Mangle's assuming the position on the stem, and now it's incumbent upon Smiley to find a way to have 6 keys in Dozer, a Dozer and a Dream, chat, to lay siege to our orange player. Notably, no Unicorn out of our orange player. So there is no threat currently of traps coming down or having been laid. So that means that this Dozer can walk his plump buttocks all the way up to the heart if he wants to, and start slinging marshmallows. Chat, think fast. What weighs more, a ton of bricks or a ton of marshmallows? Because there's about to be like 7 tons of marshmallows laying on top of Shadow Force's Phobies. And I hope I don't come across as sounding biased, but I mean, come on. Look at this guy. He's such a happy guy. This guy is happy. He's jolly. Tiny Tim! Chat, there are 2 different Tiny Tims that have appeared in this event alone. The top 8 alone! Tiny Tim! Twice! Okay, I take it back. Tiny Tim is not. We get a Poison Ivy. Shout out to all those fans of the Harley Quinn show. My wife and I just actually finished watching that. The Harley Quinn show. Obviously, Poison Ivy features, say, prominently. Oh my god. What's the answer to Poison Ivy? Apparently, it's Poison Ivy. Tiny Tim showing theirs like when League Pro games hover Teemo picks but don't lock them in. You're not wrong. We did see the Tiny Tim earlier. It was in a losing effort on Eternal Monday, but a very close game at the time. A very close game at the time. Definitely minor adjustments in play in all of these games. Any player that has lost in the top 8, fantastic plays out of both sides, and anybody who's lost can't hang their head because the plays have just been incredible. Plays have absolutely been incredible. Oh, this is bold. This stabby could be inviting disaster here. This Poison Ivy either put a trap here or here. 2 key... Okay, one of these is getting hit with poison. One of these is getting tagged with poison. Maxed out on Phobies, so you can't even get the muffin out preemptively. But a panic point advantage is going in favor of our blue player. Boss can, of course, come in. So can Murderwing, Gravedigger, and Poison Ivy. Bowmangles is out of the game for a handful of turns. You can punish the boss. It is possible. You could absolutely use No Rush on one of these Phobies. Oh, are you going to undo the turn? All right, Smiley, playing with fire here, debating and ultimately deciding to leave the Gravedigger here, as opposed to here, which would have allowed it to get tagged with You're Fired, as well as basically the rest of the team. One Phobie would have been unscathed, probably, throughout the exchange. So does Shadow Force go in? They are equally locked out of Phobies. But this is likely a dead stabby. It has to full retreat to get healed by a muffin if something else dies. But there's an argument here from Shadow Force with a 4,800 health remaining on their heart to the 4,000 available for Smiley. Simply wait it out. Let that stabby go down. You have 5 good Phobies, 5 healthy Phobies. Are you going to be able to capitalize here? This is an 1,800 health boss. You're not killing it this turn. There's an argument to not even no rush it because it's on the stem. 1,400 damage is still going to beat up a dozer pretty badly. This may have been an over-aggressive play from Smiley. And it was an action advantage. An action advantage, I'll say, to some degree, for Shadow Force as the reactive player here to be able to... They have Bowmangles as compared to the Smiley that came out and then was answered by Poison Ivy. So they're... While the Bowmangles will take damage, will not get tagged with the poison. Smiley, obviously, getting brutalized by the poison. But Smiley's doing their best in order to get some value out of this. Now, the boss, if it goes with You're Fired, will accidentally... No, it won't. 350 health. This is 300 damage. The boss fire will kill the stabby. That damage didn't need to happen. But, of course, if boss steps forward to you're fired, it's in range of, you know, everything. That being said, you don't want to leave this stabby here to sink additional hits in. You're going to, like, either kill it or don't kill it. Given the Poison Ivy positioning, there could be traps here in this range. So now this Bowmangles is somewhat safe. Meatball is live, and there's probably a trap here. Unless Shadow Force had banked it, because they had initially played one. The cooldown should have been up last turn, I believe. So this turn, they could play it. I might have miscalculated there. Terraform is live, as is Terraform here. I feel as though Smiley either needs the other panic point, or they got to eliminate some things. You can't wait this long. This is bold. However, the Dozer should be able to escape with its life. Maxed Phobies, remember, so you can't get a surprise AWOL or a surprise cassowary here out of the vault. There is an argument to just trap up everything with Unicorn and Poison Ivy and say, all right, commit into me. But the existence of the Poison Ivy and the fact that it isn't a massive advantage means that you could drag this out. So the supplement to the forces is Contortio. I'm not super enthusiastic about that. It's only 500 damage to the 550 health, so it will tank a You're Fired. And leaving one key means that you can, of course, pop out a Muffin. That's going to be very relevant and very important if you need to remove poison from one of these things, because none of these are, well, I guess the Poison Ivy could hypothetically walk up to the healing spot, but Dozer and Unicorn, never going to make it. 2 keys still remaining for Shadow Force, but they are once again tucked all the way into the corner. What is the game plan here? I mean, obviously, boss needs to take over the game, but how are you going to do that? There is plenty of time for something to materialize. I don't think the Poison Ivy has been in position to lay a trap here. As said, I may have missed the cooldown sequence. You could invade and snipe this. Combination of these two will yield a dead Murder Wing, but we're seeing the 1 key aggressively take this panic point, and I like that. I think that's important. Shadow Force is going to have to commit something relevant to reclaim this panic point. Now, you don't want anything here, because if you do, they're going to get hit with a massive You Are Fired for 800 damage plus, well, 800 damage, and then if they stay, additional fire damage. So you need to vacate, but I think there's an argument to put the Dozer just smack dab right in the middle of the map where the Unicorn is. Unicorn could stay there too, I guess. But this means that there isn't a great You're Fired setup, and again, you would have to send in the Gravedigger in order to claim this point. It will die as a result. Now, depending on the trapping sequence, this Poison Ivy could have set something up here. This is a cool Terraform because it can test for the trap without yielding something being dead. It also obviously prevents the line of sight so that the Dozer doesn't just immediately annihilate the Gravedigger. Running out of water again, chat, and I'm definitely running on fumes as far as food goes. So we got a placed trap here, which overrode a trap, and there was a trap here. So 2 traps from Smiley go down. This is a dead Gravedigger anyway? No, not quite. Almost. Almost dead. I don't think you do this. Ooh, I do like the no rush. I do like the no rush. That's actually pretty cool. Last Phobie is shockingly Muffin. Who would have seen that coming? We're going to zoom in on the action here, chat. We're getting all up in this. This is where I wish we could pin the camera angle, so either I could zoom out all the way, see the whole map, especially on big maps, or here, pin it so that it stays this close. I think this looks cool. All right, we get the big "you're fired." It finally is happening. No addition of damage from the Gravedigger, but of course, Poison Ivy can go in. If it does, it's gonna get cooked. Cooked salad sounds gross. This is going to be a dead unicorn, and no... Wait, is it? Yes, it is. It's going to die to the fire. Not quite a dead Poison Ivy. Be cool to turn the camera as if a 3D feel, but have Paper Mario-style models. Yeah, the 2D, like the 2.5D sort of thing. That would be cool. So no rush is down. Dozer has to full retreat to get out of the fire. Gravedigger is only going to do 800, so it needs help in order to kill the boss. So you have to choose between Poison Ivy and the boss. You can't kill both. Instead, we're eliminating the Poison Ivy and eliminating the Murder Wing. I don't hate this. We're actually getting the Muffin going down onto the Poison Ivy. That means that Bo Mangles cannot kill it. Of course, Dozer is not going to eliminate or be eliminated by any of these, but we're trading Gravedigger for those forces. So it's now Dozer and Poison Ivy versus Boss Bo Mangles Gravedigger, which will die shortly, and whatever remaining keys come out. If I were Shadow Force, I'd probably look at 2-1 keys, but it looks like there's actually going to be enough damage thanks to Maggie in order to kill this. I think we may see a Shadow Force in the finals, chat. I think we may be seeing Shadow Force in the finals. Boss, of course, eliminates this Gravedigger. I don't think that the Dozer was a bad choice, ultimately. I don't think Dozer was... We can pin the loss on Dozer. But I don't think Dozer's taken down these 4 Phobies solo, is what it's going to boil down to. Can't even quite one-shot here. But GG. Well played to both players. This was absolutely an intense game. It was swinging back and forth. I thought Smiley had it locked down at one point, and then it just didn't quite play out that way. I think the sequence of turns, once Smiley went in here, I think that the turning point for me, if I had to identify one, was... And there goes Dozer. I think the turning point was ultimately the trap landing on Stabby, and just that kind of snowballed from there where there just weren't quite enough Phobies remaining. But well played, both players. Well done. We have our finals, chat. We have our finals. BTD versus Shadow Force. Well played by both players and all the players all the way through. It's been wild, chat. Absolutely wild. I hope everybody's having as much fun watching this as I am, because this has been spectacular. Spectacular Phobies play. This has been absolutely fantastic Phobies play, and I've loved every second of it. We've definitely in the past had game reviews, or, you know, we're watching games and it's just like it's a blowout one way or the other, or it's just a very standard game, that sort of thing. But we've seen a wide variety of Phobies, a wide variety of strategies, and some really cool plays from every player in this event. It's been amazing. How many Rocket Men, though? Top 8? Not so many. Swiss? Unclear. I didn't get to watch every Swiss game because obviously I was watching some and then I'd switch to admin stuff and back and forth. I will continue to do this, I think, where if I'm going to live stream, I'm only going to live stream the Top Cut. I'm not going to do the Swiss rounds anymore. There's way too much management that needs to get done unless I get an admin to help. Like, if someone's going to handle all of the stuff, like, oh, the players need this, they're confused about that, what do we do in this scenario, how do we do this, how do I report results, what are the results getting reported, oh, I screwed up, I typed it wrong, whatever, like, all that stuff. If somebody handles all of that and I can just stream, I'll do it. But otherwise, I think it's a little too much. It's a little too much right now. So we have the bans. The banned maps are as follows: Phobopolis, Phobia, Like and Subscribe, and The Floor is Lava. The chosen map is Eternal Monday. How fitting that we are watching Fright Night number 6, the finals of Fright Night number 6, on a Sunday, about to walk into Monday. Here we go, game 1 of the finals of Fright Night number 6. Eternal Monday featuring BTD versus Shadow Force. We got a little new age versus a little old guard. We have a newer player in BTD, or newer to Fright Night anyway, going up against Shadow Force, a regular, both at the top of the ladder and at the top ranks of Fright Night. So we get a classical snowball opener here from our blue player, capping the center point. The typical response to the snowball opener, your own snowball. That yields some damage, forces Snowball back to the healing spot. Could have possibly put some damage here, but it's not uncommon to see this sort of response. So let's see how these players play this out on one of the classic maps. This map has been with us, ironically enough, eternally. This map has been around for a very, very long time. I'm pretty sure it featured in the very first rotation from Phobies once the game went live. We're now, of course, into and well past the first anniversary of this amazing game. And we have some cool new Phobies from that anniversary expansion that have featured very prominently, even in the top 8 games, not even counting that, but in some of the other leading up Swiss games, the preceding Swiss games. So we get Stabbies coming down to supplement the forces. Not uncommon. We'll see if we get some Gravediggers. It wouldn't be surprising. That is another common entry on this map. Just rearranging Phobies here. Ultimately, we'll see what happens with these 1 keys. Now, personally, I've taken to, if this sort of scenario appears, where you get this standoff, you have a panic point advantage, you have the same number of 1 keys. If I'm BTD, I'm probably capping aggressively this top panic point, because then in the end, what ends up happening is you'll kill their 1 key and you're back to the same thing, but you've now gotten extra damage for a turn and you've removed their 1 key from the board. But that only works if you can actually remove it on the following turn safely. So that necessitates the addition of another Phobie with only 3 keys available. Shadow Force, on the other hand, has elected to go over the top, we'll say. We're prepared to go over the top, instead banking to 6 keys. The supplement to our blue player's forces is Jar. Choosing not to answer the bank with their own bank, instead we're going to see a max out on 5 Phobies. You're absolutely right, Akune. Makes it a little confusing sometimes. So Shadow Force not electing to go straight up to 9, instead is capping the center point, answering with a Contortio to threaten the replace, we'll say, on the inevitable cat that's coming down. Now we'll see how our blue player responds. BTD is a little difficult for me to say, especially now since I am very hungry, chat. I have not eaten yet. It's been a long event, both yesterday and today. I'm running on fumes, and I'm not even playing. I'm only talking about the games, chat, although I have been talking a lot, and it's getting tired. I do a lot of talking, chat. If you've been here on the stream or you're watching this on YouTube, you're probably well familiar with how much I run my mouth. I do it a lot, and you're probably going to hear a lot more of it. Probably. Spoiler alert. I have more to talk about. It's a quick elimination there on the cat. The Contortio is actually retreating in favor of an early boss. In fact, you don't need 9 keys for boss. You only need 8. The big boss man coming down. Are we going to see the Gonzo supplement? We've seen that from Shadow Force, but we've also seen Shadow Force, such as in the previous game, eschew the Gonzo in favor of just simply boss and just leaning on your opponent, because the resident demon of Phobies. It's kind of a big deal. One could say a large pickle. It's a big deal. Wordplay is always funny, chat. It's always funny. It always will be. So in the meantime, BTD has supplemented their forces with Klepto, choosing not to bank further, maxing out. So there's a couple things that are both helping and hurting both players given this particular setup. We get a reposition from boss, a recap of the center point. Still one spot open for Shadow Force as compared to the maxed out forces of our blue player. So either Cassowary or Stabby is going to occupy this center spot, and I'm not sure which. Because there's a reasonable argument to say, remove this Contortio, put Stabby on there and say, hey, you're going to get displaced. Of course, the easy takedown, Jar, on the stem, often a point of consternation, we'll say, for many players who play this map. We do, in fact, get the Stabby here, and this is a tough nut to crack. This is a lot of HP, and yes, you can You're Fired, but right now, Shadow Force doesn't have a great invasion force. You're going to get, what, 750 on here? It is a slightly damaged Stabby. We're getting the big You're Fired going down. This will be a dead Stabby due to fire, meaning that no dimensional pull. So maybe it isn't that tough a nut to crack. Bringing the appropriate tools for the job, we can get a leap here. A leap into a hit, so that's 850 plus another 1800. Or another 800 rather, not 1800. So 1650 plus another. All right, this I think is necessary, and I can see why this happened. Because otherwise, I think this might have been a dead boss. Between this fireball coming in and then a supplementary jar hit, you would have had to walk everything into fire. This might just be a dead Klepto. It is not. Instead, it's a bunch of damage going down on the boss. A lot of damage going down on the boss, as mentioned previously. All right, switching targets here. It is, in fact, going to go down. Damage onto the Klepto. I think this Klepto's just straight up dead. It is a dead Klepto and a triple panic point advantage for our blue players. 6 keys remaining to 3. Healthy boss, we'll say 60% Stabby. It's less than that, but whatever. Hematic Ginsting, the final phobie. This is actually looking dangerous for Shadow Force here. Do get the takedown here with the challenge play. Or potential for challenge play. This is dead to fire. This is also dead to fire. And we get a Jackalope. I do like the Jackalope. We saw them feature earlier, and Ted as the supplementary. Been talking too long and too much, chat. The supplementary Ted. We don't get the happy couple in Jill and Ted, but we get double resurrect against 2 phobies. And what was momentarily looking like BTD was locking up the game is suddenly like, uh-oh. A little SpaghettiOs action coming down here. Big old uh-oh. Hematic Ginsting is very good. Hematic Ginsting against 4 phobies, one of which is basically a full health boss. Not quite as good. The Hellfire that was the middle of the map has now been cleared. There is the potential for a big jar hit to go down onto this boss. I don't think it matters. And all of a sudden, triple panic point advantage going the other way. You're Fired is live, by the way. I don't want to call a game too early, but I don't want to be in our blue player's shoes right now. This is kind of cute, getting the body block here. There are lots of ways you could have done this. Like, you could have actually You're Fired here onto the heart to hit all of this and kill the jar, and then still have this in position. Like, you could have You're Fired from here, but let's be real, I don't think it matters. Down goes Jin Sting. Game. Shadow Force. GG. Arguably a quicker game than we've seen the last few we've been observing, chat. Granted, they were on larger maps. They were with significantly more complex situations thanks to things such as Akira. But game 1 goes down in relatively short order. We'll see how game 2 and 3, if we get to game 3, are played. I might get to eat today, chat. Who would have thunk it? Who would have thunk it? We've definitely gotten some really great games, chat. Not that this one wasn't. I can't say enough about the games that we've seen because they've been a lot of fun and really cool. We're just checking Discord to see what's going on. Getting a map selection coming in right now. So like I mentioned on many other occasions, chat, let me know in the Fright Night survey what you'd like to see going forward. How you'd like to see Fright Night modified, adjusted, changed, or otherwise. Always trying to improve each event. Oh boy. Oh boy. Chat. This was, in fact, a choice. Oh, here we go. Pocket strats are coming in, I think. Chat, we're going to the once lore. We are going to the once lore. Let's see how this goes down. Here we are, in fact, zoning into the once lore. Game 2 of the finals of Fright Night, number 6, Shadow Force versus BTD. This was our orange player's map choice. So we'll have to see if they happen to have a particular pocket strategy, because the word on the street is that there is an Akira in Shadow Force's army. I have a lot of questions here. I do not know BTD's collection. But this is, as they say, a bold strategy cotton. I have some questions. We get an aggressive move here. Arguably unpunishable by Shadow Force here to take orange player's one of the pocket panic points down here. So we'll see what happens. We're getting confirmation in chat that BTD does not have Akira. So what is their game plan here? There could be a Heartbreaker. There could be a few different things coming out. Stress level 49. So, first of all, I do want to call that out. Shadow Force is significantly higher than stress level 49, but the finals features a stress level 49 player. We had a number of people coming in saying, hey, I'd love to play, but I'm really low stress level. I don't think I can compete. Yes, you could be lower than stress level 49, but that is absolutely not the highest stress level we have seen in Fright Night of any of them. Any of them. So you can absolutely hang with the big kids, even if you're low stress level, with tight plays and appropriate map selection. But in this particular game, we're seeing a 4-1 panic point advantage go blue. And we got an attractor. Shout out, by the way, to the Jammy Fish avatar from Shadow Force. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. And we have the classic Razor Mouth from our orange player. We're getting an equalization to a degree of the panic points here. Quick fireball going down here, but of course we'll get the counter fireball and then probably a healing spa vacation for a little bit. Terraform is down for both players. And we're getting matching 1 keys here. The attractor is absolutely spooky scary, chat. It's spooky season in April. Who knew? And we get the spider as the counter yoink, as many people have appropriately and correctly noted. Correctly noted that the once lore is about yoinks. The once lore is in fact about the yoinkage. And we're going to see how spider into attractor fares. But we're getting 6 keys right now available for Shadow Force, 7 for BTD. Are we going to get the bank into the Akira? I have to imagine yes, right? We get a jar. No Akira just yet. But let's be real. There's going to be an Akira from Shadow Force this game, unless Shadow Force is actively choosing not to. There are maps, as we saw, like Eternal Monday. It's going to be a challenge to get Akira both on the board as well as leverage it. It's a small map. It's difficult to bank. You could be giving up a lot of tempo, a lot of board position, a lot of time, a lot of resources, whatever. On the once lore, it's a little bit different of a game. Game plan changes significantly. Do we see the retreat here from Snowball? Can't quite get it onto a healing spa this turn. Maybe not choosing to play Akira like I didn't play it in Like and Subscribe. I feel as though Like and Subscribe is a little bit different of a scenario than choosing not to play it on the once lore. I get it. But we did see a number of Akiras on Like and Subscribe. So it looks like we're maxing out on the forces here for our orange player. Still 2 slots available for more Phobies with the 8 keys for Shadow Force. Getting the 1 key set up to try and trade out for the middle point. We've seen neither player go to the Honey Bear plan, which is something that has shown up on a number of occasions, thanks to, I believe, Urt was the first one to coin that. But we get the Terraform break. This allows for the takedown here on, for an easier takedown on the Bachelor. Bachelor, of course, would have been, with 500 health, one shot by this jar. This allows the cowbell to just come in. It's going to die anyway. Don't get the dimensional damage on anything else. There's an argument to have waited. Maybe send the Gravedigger in to break this block, allowing the attractor to do something else. But we do have to get somewhat of a retreat from our blue player, because otherwise Terraform going the other way, Spider Yoink could spell some problems. I don't think there's enough surface area to really make something material happen, given that you need to clear out this first. But I guess it's not impossible. Contortio coming in to supplement our blue player's forces, the bank to 12. Place your bets, folks. What do you think's coming down? I know what my money's on. Or would be on if I were a gambling person. I am in fact not. So we do get the break here. There is now a clear path through the center for any of these yoinks or potential line of sight effects. Nope, we do not. I'm torn The problem is, ooh, we do get a Heartbreaker. All right, I see you. I mentioned this at the top. Heartbreaker is a big deal, especially on this map. And people were asking earlier in the day, is Heartbreaker good? Heartbreaker is pretty good. Firkin, though, is true, because Shadow Force presumably has access to Firkin, but also has a ton of keys and the slots to get things online. Here's the other rub. And Akira this turn will come online before Heartbreaker does. Why does Akira, which does make an appearance, have a 1-turn warm-up, whereas Heartbreaker has 2? I don't get it. I'm not saying Heartbreaker should have a 1-turn warm-up, but why does Akira only have 1? I have a lot of questions about Akira, chat. Not many of them are flattering for the current incarnation of Akira. I will say Akira has a lot of cool... I mean, Yoinks is a really cool ability. It's super fun. If you're using it, that is. It's absolutely like the kind of thing that should be on a 9-key. Like, if you're going to make a 9-key good, all right, it's good. It has an awesome aesthetic. The abilities and everything, like how they look, is awesome. But when it comes to actual gameplay, there's a lot of questions. So, here is where things are going to get interesting. BTD does not have the ability to put a Raucous on board. Only supplement, like you'd have to choose Boomer or Raucous. You can't get both right now. But we're going to find out whether this is good. We're going to find out whether Boomer is going to help out here. Because given the angles that Shadow Force can do here, I don't know how much this Boomer is going to matter. It looks like it is going to matter a little bit. We snipe this, but is trading a tractor for Snowball worth it? Probably not. So the Yoinks is still going to be kept. There isn't a great connection path for the Heartbreaker because Terraform is down. So hypothetically, like Terraform replaces where, or the Gravedigger goes where Snowball is, breaks this, you swing up, you can plop the attractor into the pit. But we do get a safer play here, making sure that everything is out of range. The Spider can't reach, the Heartbreaker can't reach. Just get a quick pick here on the Cassowary, and then just wait for the cooldown to come back. You have a panic point advantage. I mean, they can send in the Boomer. You'll kill it. You wait things out, and then you'll be in an advantage. Now the Spider comes in. Shadow just needs Firkin and the deal is sealed. I can't really disagree. It will be difficult to get the Firkin to connect, but if your opponent is dodging the Firkin, that means they're not using the Heartbreaker, and eventually you can probably force the Firkin to connect through a combination of Yoinks and more traditional Yoinks. You don't have time to answer the Heartbreaker, that's why you need a 2-turn lock. I don't know that you have time to answer Akira. Like, I'm not disagreeing with the 2-turn lock on Heartbreaker. I'm disagreeing with a 1-turn lock on Akira. I believe those comments were from earlier, so... So we do have to get a retreat to a degree from Shadow Force. Honestly, I expect this to get broken, and then this position's here, move the Spider back maybe, and then you're golden. The Jar the Jar and the Akira need to swap. But I think you break this block, you get a hit here, you get a Jar hit that's buffed. So it's 320... 840. So you won't actually kill this with just these two. You need another hit. You can even burn the pole here if that's enough to get it. So, like, you burn the pole, walk away. If you break this, it gives you, it gives you more places to be. And then you just kind of wait. You don't need... you're going to leave the boomer alive? See, what I was thinking is you yoink with this to kill it, you get pulled to here, then you walk the spider here, and then you could put the cat here. It can still walk onto this spot. I don't like leaving the boomer alive. I think the boomer needed to die. As our blue player, you have inevitability. You have way too many effects that just go, oops, your guy is dead. You have too many effects that go, oops, your guy is dead, compared to the quantity your opponent has. Technically, you only have one more, but the Akira pole means that, hey, a tractor might blow up multiple things in a single turn. Most of the advantages are in our blue player's corner. So I think you can take, burn some of these abilities just to put pressure on your opponent. Make them do something, and then if they ever make a mistake, as in if the orange player ever makes a mistake, you just blow them out. Now, we do have Terraform alive down here, so it's possible that there's a yoink that could come through either by breaking this block or breaking this block, depending on the positioning of our blue player, but we'll see if that actually manifests. Chad, I really want a game 3. Again, I'm not trying to be biased, but I kind of want BTD to take this, both in the face of Akira and to get a game 3. Because that would be super hype. It would be crazy hype. So the boomer is still taking its vacay here on the spa. It's going to have a few turns of trying to heal up to get back to max health. The cat is repositioning in order to aggressively take this point, and I like that idea. I think that's how BTD needs to push this. Make Shadow Force do something. Yoinks is going to be back in one more turn, so not this coming turn, but the one after it. So if you're going to do something, it kind of needs to be this turn. This would be an interesting play. I don't hate it. Shadow Force very rarely plays Firkin, even when facing strong ability phobies like Heartbreaker. I mean, this is a scenario to do it if you're going to do it, but I can understand if it's outside of their typical play pattern that they might not either think to do it or not feel comfortable. This is the finals of the tournament. It's not necessarily a time to say, hey, I'm going to do things that are outside my normal game plan. If something has gotten you this far, you keep doing it, right? It's worked this far. It's going to keep working for me. So everything is just outside of Heartbreaker range. Everything is just outside of Spider range. Nothing really... I mean, you could break this block as BTD and maybe get a pot shot with the jar. If you wanted to be cute. I don't think that's really worth it because Yoinks is now live and your jar will die. And again, it's not necessarily like, oh my god, the jar is dead. It's just, they have time as the blue player. 6,400 health, you only have a 1 panic point advantage until this cat goes in, if it does. And as a result, you can just wait for these cooldowns to come back. You're going to take an extra batch burst of damage here. Hi, baby. You're a good girl. You're actually going to come down and spend time with me? Yeah, you're a good baby. She's normally hanging out down here while I'm streaming, but today, not so much. Granted, I'm streaming well outside of my normal time. If you want to catch the live stream, you're watching this on YouTube, well, you're missing it right now, but you can check the link in the description. Jar is dead. Yes. Snowball goes in, trades for the jar. Presumably trades. We get captures on these panic points. No real way to punish it. Because even these are going to be outside of the range, 1, 2, 3, of the Heartbreaker. Outside of the range of the Spider. And a very well played and very carefully played game by BTD may be going down the drain at this stage. Yoinks, Attractor Pull, Magnetize, and of course Miss Moffat's Come Closer. All live at this point, so any sort of aggression by our orange player is going to get punished pretty harshly. And it may not even be aggression. We get a Pterodactyl, which I don't dislike. I don't know if that's really the answer here, but it is a flyer. Gives you some other options to potentially try and block the myriad of pulls. So the funny thing here is the attractor can, of course, pull via the statue if it wanted to. I don't think that... I guess that changed something. I think you can just get the spider here. Kill your own spider. It happens. I think the better way to do this swings here, 1, 2, 3. You can't leave the Akira here. Because I think they can just kill the cat and then they plop your Akira in the pit. I think you move the attractor here. Akira where Akira is. Move the attractor up. That yoinks the spider. You kill the spider with another yoink. The spider will be here. And then something gets Akira'd, or Heartbreakered, and dies. Or you can play it safe like this, and there's really not much your opponent can do. Clopster, the next phobie out of our blue player. 3 keys remaining to 6. I don't know about that Clopster. Well, I guess the Clopster's fine, because if you move up to Akira, then you can Akira something in a terrible way. Panic Point Advantage will swing orange again, temporarily, but goes orange. Terraform is on cooldown for both players. You don't even have to Akira. You can just Attractor this if they elect to try and kill this Clopster. Or you don't have to necessarily. Murderwing to answer the Clopster, I guess. Sort of. Not really a direct answer, but you get the idea. 3 keys remaining for each player. So we haven't seen a Beside Me go off yet. And understandably so. You always have to test these pulls. So might as well go for it. We're actually going to get a bunch of cat hits here, maybe. Maybe not. Not quite enough damage to actually threaten this, it would appear. Ooh, the crab positioning... Having to burn a lot of time to test these Akira possibilities. We get the yoink here. 800 damage. You're only going to get 1 hit here. 240 health. Not quite enough. You'll probably get a big undo. I'm telling you, I don't think the Akira needs to move for a lot of this. In this case, the you'd have difficulty getting the Akira to connect, but I think you can pull, and end up with, like, the pterodactyl here. But instead, we get a quick takedown on the snowball, get a retreat here. Nothing threatened as far as the Heartbreaker still. Heartbreaker had to, of course, retreat all the way to the side of the map. This is the power of Akira. We haven't actually... I mean, we saw Yoinks earlier, but... this Yoinks is just... BTD can never position in a reasonable capacity because of the threat of Yoinks. And at this point, it's just Shadow Force's game to lose because they can quickly take a panic point with the one key. Keys are even. Yes, there's one key on the other side for BTD because this Boomer seems to be immortal. But the two best Yoinks, two best pulls in the game, supplemented by a third one, against the probably third best pull. I mean, I don't know. I guess you could debate Heartbreaker versus Attractor, but you get the idea. It's not impossible for our orange player to take this. It's just going to be very challenging because if you ever go in, it's just going to be super difficult. Shadow had to play Octo and Smother. What, you think that Shadow's losing this from this position? I mean, having Octonaughty and Smother Mother on top of these would be bonkers, but I don't think they have the keys to do all of that. A little Graylin action mixed in, that would also be pretty good. Seeing what else is going on this map chat. Just for fun, to make the poll Exodia. Alright, here comes Yoinks. After I made everybody dizzy. I don't think there's a good Yoinks play here yet. But this Boomer just will not die. I don't quite understand that. I guess that prevents a hit from the Murder Wing unless the Murder Wing is exposed. So the Murder Wing has to go to this point in order to actually hit. I don't know. You can have Akira, Attractor, Moffat, plus Octo, plus Smother Mother, plus Heartbreaker, plus Graylin. I already forget what the first Yoinks even did. Yeah, he got a Cassowary. Right now, we're looking at, like, this is what has died this game. Snowball, Contortio, Cowbell, and this. Four to 1 panic point advantage, 3,600 health. We are getting to the point where our orange player has to do something. Although, as I mentioned in some of the other games, there are points where you can kind of feel frustration, the confusion that is involved in trying to make some of it. This does not remotely seem like a good idea. What? This feels like, hey, you're going to Yoinks, so I'm going to set up for the Yoinks, but I feel like at that point you're just saying, all right, I lose. Like I was saying, that Klopster did nothing better spawn Firkin than Klopster. I think the Klopster was just a threat. Of like, hey, I could get in there and do something. Yeah, Klopster's to finish sniping something. Gravedigger and Spider are going to go down. There's no way for Heartbreaker to punish this. I mean, you got to move the cat, or I guess the cat could get Heartbreaker, but if that's what they're burning it on, great. Honestly, there was an argument. Well, there's still one key available. I was going to say maybe send the Gravedigger onto the stim and say, okay, you have to deal with that too. But you could Heartbreaker this and that. I mean, that's still not good. The problem at this stage is even if you get a Heartbreaker on something relevant, the cooldown is so long that the game will end before it matters. Again, most likely. 2,400 health remaining. Boom, the final phobie out of our orange player. 3 keys remaining for our blue player. Big ol' AoE hits from Akira. Hilariously, the boomer lives. At this point, I feel as though you invite the Heartbreaker to come in. It's like, alright, you want to Heartbreaker me? Great. Come get me. And right now, they could get the Akira, but the Akira is on its maximum... Well, now they can't. Akira's on its maximum cooldown. But playing it safe like this also makes sense. Magnetize will be up next turn. Come Closer will be up next turn. Now, on level, Pterodactyl can one-shot the jar, hence why it retreated. 1,600 health. Less phobies, less health. Less cooldowns. Less panic. Well, now you have more panic points. It's not looking good for our orange player. Less keys. Again, not to call it early, but this one feels as though Shadow Force has to disconnect. Big ol' Magnetize going to happen here, yielding a dead Heartbreaker, and then everything's going to clean up. Assuming panic points don't get there first, but... There's the Magnetize. You even get this big AoE hit. Gonna go, oops, that's a dead boom. Klopster can burrow to the panic point. Jar finishes off the Pterodactyl. You yoink the Heartbreaker. This turn is brutal. And Dial. The Dial. Seems okay. Well played to both players. Spectacular finish to Fright Night number 6. Well done. This was an awesome event, chat. This was an awesome event. How fitting that Akira gets the killing blow. GG, well played. GG. I was struggling to find the scene I wanted, chat. But in a 2-0 finish, Shadow Force is going to be our champion for Fright Night number 6, keeping the title, actually. I believe it was Shadow Force that won Fright Night number 5 as well. Well done and well played, not just the Shadow Force, but all the competitors. And shout out to all the spectators. These were some amazing games. I'm so happy that I streamed the top 8. These were some awesome games from everybody. They were intense. They were close. They featured a variety of phobies, including ones that people have been beating up on, and they actually shined. If you're interested in playing in a future Fright Night, Well, you know the deal here on the live stream, !Discord. If you're watching this on YouTube, check the links in the description for both my Discord as well as the live stream. So that way you can get all the up-to-date news for the next Fright Night and other tournaments, including Tiny Terrors. Now, of course, I am part of the content affiliate program, always getting that out there so you know the scope. They do give me stuff for producing, they being the devs, give me stuff for producing Phobies content and also hosting these events. But I do want to, if you enjoy this stuff, definitely hit up the events. Let me know what we can do to improve them, what you want to see, what's holding you back from competing. And while you're there, maybe a like and subscribe on YouTube, trying to hit that 1,000 subscribers. We'll be back tonight for some more Phobies action because we do have viewer game breakdowns to go through. Chat, I need to eat. I didn't even play, and I am exhausted after these games. This was awesome. Definitely a lot of fun. I hope everybody had as much fun as I did. But that's going to do it for now. So as always, everybody, thank you for listening. Thank you for watching. And Black Lives Matter.